I have a list.
Hello? Are we good?
Yeah.
Hello! And welcome to the Salty Dragon Tavern. We shall once again be playing Stars Without Number with the crew of the Gloved Molotov. A few of them have their cams off for the time being because they are going to spare us them eating food, which is very considerate of them. We are going to jump right into it because I want to start, and that is the thing that's going to happen. So, when last we saw the party, they had arrived on the planet of Aegialeia, which is a hotbed for criminal and general organized crime activities, but also a pretty bustling archaeological site, as well as being a home for psychic training. After paying a visit to the Don, it became apparent that he wasn't okay with the delays that the party had incurred on their journey, and said that they only had 2 days to yield results before another team would be sent in. So, scurrying as best they can down to the site, they uncovered what appeared to be an ancient kind of prayer or meditation room that was all old and dusty and battered and clearly abandoned for many, many years. While they were nosing around, they noticed there was a pool of water to the south of this cavern, and emerging from it was this large insect that immediately went about its business mauling the party as ferociously as it could.
I think you mean Munchy Munch.
Yes, he did a lot of the Munchy Munch. And after realizing that this poor bug had kind of... He had bitten off more than he could chew with the party. He tackled Darius and Dr. Charles to the ground and attempted to run back to his watery refuge with Dr. Charles. Then Lockie pulled out his space shotgun and nailed it right in the side, exploding its back carried gooey sack all over him, which was very, very slimy and gross. After that, the three researchers who they were there escorting said that they would stay behind in this prayer chamber and ask that the crew go ahead and travel through the water to see what was on the other side. They were able to do so and uncovered a mysterious and surprisingly expansive cavern beyond that clearly had been constructed by the old long-dead race of sentient praying mantis aliens that used to live on this planet. They encountered trees that grow out of metal and have razor-sharp leaves. They read the murals laser carved on the walls of this place that seemed to be telling some kind of story about them constructing this place. And then, after Darius sent some more of his drones scouting around, they encountered the place where that big bug that attacked them may have been making his home. He had carved out several holes in the wall and made several cocoons for himself, and in one of those cocoons, Lockie, assisted by Pym, who is currently riding in Pym's armor, was able to notice that there was a piece of Psytech sitting inside one of these old discarded cocoons. And we stopped right when Lockie turned around and Dr. Charles successfully recognized it as such. So, you are in a cavern that is not very well lit. Also, yes, I did realize the last session I made the cardinal sin of not actually telling you about how much light there was and so on and so forth. So going forward I will, because I forgot to and it's relevant. So, you may proceed, dear party.
This is not lit by ancient globes that seem to glow without power source.
If only we could be that fortunate.
like almost every game we seem to come across.
All right, bring it in. Let's do this.
So basically, he would have turned around with the side tech,
Yes. This large.
and I would have been like,
Mate.
Can I have that?
Why do you want it?
Well, it's side tech. I had experience with it before, but this one's different.
Oh, isn't it this what we're being paid for?
Yes, but it doesn't appear that any of the psychics outside are telekinetic.
I'm pretty sure what we were paid for was to clear out the ruins and make sure it was safe.
To also
We
not...
weren't paid specifically not to steal items.
No, we were paid to not touch anything that was unnecessary.
I see this is pretty necessary.
Also, I would like to get paid. We are not paid yet.
I think it's irrelevant that they don't know what is in here. So if they don't find it because we don't show it to them, then they didn't know it was here to begin with.
Bingo.
It is worth noting, Darius, that during last session you enabled your drones to share their feed with Maximilian Napier. Upon this revelation, would you like to amend that?
Yes. I would not have shared that portion.
Okay, so like you're running, it's like you're running a TV broadcast, and there's like a delay of a few seconds, and you're like, "Oop, best not send that out." So
Yeah, just a bit of static, and it looks like the signal's breaking a little.
yeah,
Just show one of the other drones.
Yeah, which does make sense considering that it's being transmitted through solid rock, and the signal is getting patchier the further away you get from him in the first place.
Yeah, and I haven't been transmitting sound either.
Fair enough.
It's filtered by the border.
Indeed, yes.
I mean, guys, if we find some other interesting things, they can have that. But like, if this is something that Charles is really interested in, it could be good for him.
It's okay.
He'll
Look,
be
I really
interested
don't
in
care.
every piece of site, like pre-tape we come across.
Look,
Does it look like a crossbow? Kind of.
Do I actually know what it is? Looking at it,
Now
the alien design of it.
Now that you have successfully identified it as SciTech, you can make a tech SciTech roll to identify what kind of SciTech it is.
But yeah, visually, does it look like kind of like a crossbow or something?
It looks like a long, hollow, kind of lumpy brass metal cylinder with a large groove on the underside where an insect might slot it over their arm, and on the top there's two like flat balls with a chain running in between them. The distance between the two chains isn't large, so it doesn't have like big long limbs, but
So it looks like some kind of weird, funky alien crossbow.
Yes, weird, funky alien crossbow.
Yes. Intelligence or wisdom?
I would say intelligence for this because it's you recalling information.
Yeah.
I'd say that is good enough to successfully identify this as a telekinetic sling.
At that point, I'd be like, it's sort of like a crossbow, but it's different. You have to use psychic abilities to be able to have it launch projectiles.
Well, as far as I'm
At that, Rocky's going to just drop it.
Please don't.
Bring.
Hey, I was gonna
I
say,
want
can
nothing to do
Catalina
with it.
try and catch it?
Yeah, sure. Make just roll me a 2d6 plus your dexterity.
Okie
To
doke.
see
I was going to
how-
say, if no one else went to catch it, I was going to use my telekinesis to like stop it from falling.
Plus my dexterity.
Yep. It's not that hard.
If that's a weapon, if that's a weapon that those psychic things can use, don't want them having it. Charles, you have it. Actually, that's probably not even that great a bit idea.
Well,
So-
I mean, he's not great with a gun. If he could at least hold our back at some point, and you can tell that Darius is taking the piss. He's not meaning it nastily, but
I know that I'm not good with a gun. That's why I want this.
It is only good for throwing rocks.
Is
Well,
better in Charles'
No, I
hands
could
than in
load
theirs.
anything into it.
Look,
But you sling though. Slings are for rocks.
I trust Charles more than I trust the two shitbags that are in the other chamber, so...
Maybe I can add honey to the coffee.
Honey and coffee is good, though.
not a fan of honey. Wrong smell, Pim.
Cinnamon coffee.
Oh,
is
sorry.
gross.
You all seemed to be prattling on, so I decided to think of something else.
Fair enough. Shall we keep moving?
Here, Charles. And Catalina just, like, sort of dumps it on him.
Would it fit in a bag?
I feel like in terms of size, it's maybe like a 2 foot long cylinder that's
Forearm length sort of thing.
it's longer than a forearm.
Oh,
So,
okay.
2
so
feet.
it's maybe if you were to try and put it on, it would probably go from your elbow out to here.
Oh, wow, okay.
Maybe
It's-
Charles can wear it on his leg.
It was designed by the indigenous for the indigenous physiology, so it's not exactly compatible with him at the moment.
I will need to modify
I
it.
reckon we can get it out without those dipshits noticing.
You could fit it into a backpack. It might be just a bit too tall, but if you were to like get a piece of cloth or bag or something and just tuck it over the top, you could obscure it completely visually.
Yes. I'll
Putting
sort
that
of like
in his
take
backpack.
my jacket off, place it over the object, and then place the whole thing in my bag.
Hmm.
I want to give it to one of the others who actually use big guns when we're leaving and just tell them that it's a broken gun if they ask.
In regards to jackets, I will also remind everybody that you are all wearing vac suits.
Oh,
Except me.
that's right.
Yes, except Locke.
Just stash it
at
in
that
your back
point-
suit.
Actually, I'm going to use the drone that has chemical and check the air. Is it breathable and safe?
That was established last session. Yes, the air is breathable and safe, though it does contain some previously unknown particles that are responsible for these trees being made of metal.
So
Yes, I was going to say we probably shouldn't be breathing it in.
I'm going to send the drone over to Charles and just have its LCD quickly pop up with a read up and just say, Charles, you reckon this shit's safe to breathe?
It's the trace elements that worry me. The rest of it's fine. The trace elements, without knowing what they are, I don't know what the effect on human physiology will be.
Fair enough. I'll wear the stupid suit for a bit longer then.
Lockie,
Mhm.
does your armor have some sort of storage unit?
It does. And at that, I'm just going to start walking away.
Ha 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 ha. That was very funny, Loki. I enjoyed that.
I ain't having any of that psychic weird head magic stuff around me.
Doesn't work unless you've got abilities. I don't even think I'm strong enough in the particular ability that this one requires to actually use it at the moment. So currently, it's a piece of metal.
Lena, how big is your gun?
Fine, fine. I'm sure I've got a storage compartment that's free for it.
Like, can we not perhaps what is it?
Left-hand side, thigh.
But if it starts doing
Oh, yeah.
anything, it's going in the trash.
No, like
If it starts
strapping to one
doing
of your
anything,
guns is a
Pass it back
scope.
to me. I will hold on to it.
I
I
say
think we're
again,
doing it.
left-hand side thigh to insert that thing.
So I'll walk over and pop it into the
Oh, Bim,
suit
you
of
have
armor
slots
so
for
it can be hidden.
insertion of objects?
Yes, he does. Okay.
All right. Well, let's keep moving.
Do you guys think you've seen everything there is to see in this room? As was determined by Darius's various drones, you have a few different options for the path ahead. You've got some kind of weird corner over here that contains sand and some small shrubs. About that, this is. I mean, this area over here appears to be some kind of plantation where they intentionally planted and were curating those metallic trees. Except over the years, those trees, at least the ones nearest to you, do seem to have grown quite large and wild, and trying to get around them might be a challenge. Over here, there seems to have been some kind of cave-in, and the terrain ahead looks pretty treacherous, especially in terms of how well you could fit through some of these gaps.
Sorry.
No, that's right, go ahead.
I thought we go the easy route first. South has sand.
Be careful, sand
That
can be
sounds good to
dangerous.
me.
Please.
It can be so unfriendly. It gets everywhere.
Or
Exhaust and irritating. Sorry, I couldn't help
That's
myself.
Yes. Look, where do I come from? The whole planet's fucking sand. Let's go.
Then that sounds terrible.
Did we see anything else, by the way, Rory, over at the hang on, I'll ping. Over here in
it
these
does.
other little chambers?
They did not seem to have anything of note inside them.
Okay.
It was just that one.
I couldn't remember. Okay.
That's all good.
Look,
Exacts everywhere.
I'm going to send my first drone around this corner, which is the primitive with observation suite.
Okay, sure thing. As you kind of send it ahead, let's do some choppy. You see that the room extends in this kind of a way. This sand is in a pretty rigid setup, and your initial suspicion is that it was probably placed here intentionally as a medium for supporting this kind of plant life, because this looks different from those metallic trees. It's thinner and a lot more spindly and has pretty sparse shrubbery. There is one more thing you note as you send it forwards. It appears that there's long cylindrical pipes running across the length of the ceiling that are radiating light down onto the ground below. And with your observation suite, you can easily tell that whatever like fluid or something that's kind of glowing a bright orange is in these pipes is radiating UV light. So it is providing light for the plants to grow.
Oh, that's fucking weird. Hey, check this out. Underground greenhouse.
In fact, there are quite similar things running above the metallic trees as well. Also,
Does it look
Where
like
is this
pre-tech?
getting power from?
it doesn't appear to be. I mean, it could be pre-tech. It's just like it's a weird orange fluid in a pipe. You need to examine it a lot more closely to get any kind of accurate assessment.
I mean, this planet's volcanic. It wouldn't surprise me if they just piped lava through.
You think that
Yes,
would...
but lava doesn't have a UV.
Could be a geothermal power plant. That's how we power our domes.
But the lava does not give out UV unless they've got some special, maybe material which refracts the light in particular way.
Wouldn't
It
surprise
appears
me.
that speculation seems pointless until we have more data.
Do you want to go that room? It looks relatively empty.
I think yes. Let's move in there for now. I need to get a closer look at these
All right.
pipes. So I'm going to start walking down towards the room.
I'll
Okay.
move.
I won't step on the sand. I'll step near the sand.
I'll
Okay. Sure
leave
thing.
another drone there
Catalina's
and move
also
down
gonna...
to him.
Actually, where's Lockie going?
I'm seeing as the others are going down there. I'm probably going to go down the other path.
Alright.
Keep an eye
Catalina
out.
will go with Lockie then.
Okay, so as Catalina and Lockie kind of like stagger and stumble over the large rocky formation in the center of that room and make their way down the other path, with him in tow in Lockie's armor, Dr. Charles, Darius, and Brother Dimitri make their way towards this room full of sand. Dr. Charles, what are you hoping to gain from being at the edge?
I'm gonna like make sure that the sand is actually stable.
Okay.
Started. And make sure there isn't some sort of like hole that's gonna drag us in.
Fair.
But I want to keep scanning some of the trees and then see if I can, using the bioscanner and stuff, scan the pipes and try and figure out what's inside them.
Okay. From a cursory scan of these plants themselves, it seems that they are extremely thin, but very prolific underneath the surface. It seems that for whatever reason, this kind of plant thrives in the sand and has lots of thin tendrils that permeate throughout this sandbank. So they use sand as its favored medium. You don't know exactly why they are keeping it here or what purpose it serves, but that is what is likely occurring under the surface. In terms of the lights, I don't think a bioscanner really applies here because that is best used to scan life, and this fluid is not like alive or biological.
It couldn't tell me the like chemical makeup of whatever it is.
Not through the pipe it's in, no.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just trying to figure out if any of my.
Can I just throw a rock into the sand?
Certainly, there's plenty of rocky debris around here. So
Just at one of the trees.
You pick up a rock and pip it at one of the trees. It kind of it impacts, kind of like bumps its way past down some of the branches and rests in one of the like Y crooks, not far above the surface of the sand.
Yeah, I just shrug and start walking across.
Okay.
You might want to send the drone ahead.
Yeah, whenever I say I'm moving drones first.
Okay, so you send 2 drones ahead and start to walk along quite confidently. I'd say you do get to about there before you begin to notice that you are shin deep in this sand, or perhaps initially ankle deep in this sand, and are continuing to sink.
Ah, shit. All right, I'm going to start trying to go back.
Okay, please make me an athletics roll with strength.
Oh, that's going to be bad. Guys, rope.
What is this rope thing you reference?
The thing that would save his life.
Okay.
Hearing that, I'm going to come run back around.
Yeah, Catalina would most certainly
And-
come and help.
If there is enough time, I'm going to fire my grapnel launcher at him.
Roll a
Considering,
10. He can walk on water with that.
considering what's about to happen, I am going to have to ask those who wish to act to roll initiative.
Aha! I knew it. Someone's about to
Doesn't
get.
sound like it. I knew it.
Someone's about to get nom-nommed.
Okay, hang on quickly. I will
It's
go.
the sand mantis. I knew it.
And that is a 7 because of the
I've
wrong
got to
method.
select the damn token first. I always forget that.
Yeah, it's okay.
Hang on.
Oh, that was
9.
terrible.
That's not bad.
Yeah, very nice. Pim?
I
you-
share it with Lucky, do I not?
yes. Just please add yourself to the track anyway to make sure that I don't overlook you because I'd rather not.
Ah, okay.
Oh, wait, yeah, you don't have a token, do you, Dan?
No, I really don't.
Hang on. I will.
Yes.
Which is why I said I should just go.
Yeah, sure.
He's me, and I'm you. Yeah, I should just go at the same time.
Yes. Just make sure to remind. Okay, so
Yeah.
Darius, as you make your successful athletics roll and kind of begin to start trudging your way back through the sand, you make it to about here before you see that these thin, spindly substrata that kind of permeate the sand are reaching up towards you and trying to wrap around your feet.
I'm going to try and burn my drone.
Pardon me, that was some saliva that is remaining. So they are going to make an attack roll against you.
Hang on.
Yep.
If I've got move, can't I use my action to fire the drone?
They're acting first.
Okay.
So, okay. What is your current armor class? I believe it's
7 because I'm wearing a vac suit.
Okay, well then that's exactly the number I need to roll to hit. Oh boy. Yeah, so 8 plus 7 is 15 plus 5 is 20. That is exactsies. So they get a good firm grip around your calf and your left knee, and you sink into the sand about like halfway up your thighs as you feel this ferocious tug just pull you down hard into the sand.
You guys just all hear over comms. Not good.
Okay.
Do you have any rope?
It's now your turn, Darius.
For my action, I'm going to try and burn it off with the drone,
Okay.
which is a terrible idea considering it's holding my leg, but hey.
So which drone are you using for
So
this?
only drone 2 has a weapon and is in range, but it's going to
Okay.
use burst fire.
What weapon does the drone have equipped?
Laser.
Okay. Please go ahead and make an attack roll. I'm going to say because you're firing at
Sand.
I mean, so you're trying to aim at something that's very close to yourself through a silicon-based substance.
Yes.
This is not going to end super well. So I'm going to say that you're there is actually a rule for this in terms of
It gets an egg to
yeah, it gets an egg too. So
half
you're
range. Hang on.
yeah, so yes, but it's in range anyway. So your burst fire will negate with an egg too. So just go ahead and make me an attack roll.
AC.
5.
Jeez, that's low.
It's thin, spindly, and in the sand. You also don't really have a good eye on where it is or which of these things is actually grabbing you. Sweet,
So good.
Oi.
Ho, ho, ho!
sweet mother of God!
Goodbye, leg.
10 damage. Okay. You take a shot and though you are momentarily kind of like a bit distressed as you can see and hear the impact through the eyes of the drone, but feel like the sand displaced by the shot falling on your physical body. As you go to move your leg, though you are still in quicksand, it is no longer being constricted by this vine.
Can I attempt to run now as my movement action to the right?
Considering how deep you're in, I think it's going to be less run, more dig.
Okay, can I attempt to dig run to the right?
Dig run.
To the right, I will say that this isn't like this isn't a thing you can jump on. It's part of the wall.
Sorry, what?
Like these things around the edge aren't like things you can jump on. They're part of the wall.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get out of the sand to get to...
Yeah, sure. Make me another athletics check with strength. It's going to be harder this time.
Yeah, and considering I've got negative athletics, it's going to be bad.
You don't sink any deeper, but you don't make any progress either. Like the combination of the sand and this plant is kind of a problem.
Can I say something? Do I have time to?
You can say a short sentence or a few words.
Shoot the pipes.
Okay.
That
Catalina, it's your turn.
not a good idea.
Okie dokie.
For like here, it'll be all good.
I'm gonna run as far as I can.
Okay. I'd say you can make it to about here with your full, like, with just your move, since these rocks are very much difficult terrain, so they halve your speed. So from there, you can go, sure. I'd say you can make it to about here on your turn, if you do nothing but move.
Where?
As you're kind of like staggering over these rocks.
That is no distance whatsoever.
Well, you can't do anything else, really.
Yeah, alright. I'll do that, and then while I'm running, can I look through my survival kit? Would it have rope in it?
That is a very good question. What is in a survival kit?
I know I have one.
There is rope in a survival kit.
There is? Excellent. What else is in a survival kit? Just from my own curiosity.
There's a lot. There's rations. There's
survival kit.
Sort of matches a 5th ed survival kit.
A nice little blanket, brightly colored tarp, a glow bug, a radio beacon, a power cell. There actually isn't any rope in here.
No, there isn't.
Well, rude.
Nope.
It says there's climbing gear, isn't there?
No. A standard belt-worn kit with firelighter, water filter, thermal flares, knife, thermal blanket, a large 3 meter by 3 meter tarp, a glow bug, and a radio beacon. That's it.
Oh, that's bogs woggle.
Yeah, the only close thing is the grappling launcher. Or, buying rope separately.
So as you're kind of running and staggering, you give your belt a cursory pat down and go, oh damn, no rope.
Okay. All good.
So you make it to there. Brother Dimitri, the turn is yours.
Oh, the turn is mine. Okay, I shoot at pipes.
Okay.
This is not. Just by the way Rory said, okay. I'm like, oh, we're all gonna die.
That is any pipe in particular.
Somewhere over here.
There are a lot of them, and they are stationary. Roll damage, because you will be able to hit them. It's just a question of if you can damage them enough to make a puncher.
You did say they were thin.
I did say they were thin, but again, you don't know who made these pipes and how durable they designed them to be.
Fair enough.
This is technology that even Charles does not recognize.
And it's holding something very, very hot. So,
I never said it was hot.
well, it's producing UV light and heat.
Okay, you take a shot and you take like a small chunk out of one of these pipes, and a small trickle begins to emerge and is gently falling onto the sand beneath in this kind of noise. As it falls, it begins to produce a kind of heat-based haze that's coming off its droplets and also coming out of the pipe itself.
Oh, that's so not good.
No, it's good. This is how we solve the problem. Plants can't come up through fucking lava.
Come up through lava either.
You're also stuck in the lava.
Okay,
If
We
it
were
falls.
told not to destroy anything. Aye.
lucky.
Yes, but he's taking the bastards with him.
I'm just going to run to follow behind Catalina at the moment, so I'll probably
Okay.
get to either there or 1 square more.
I'd say-
I'd say you'd get
I-
further than me because I'm in an awkward suit and you're not.
It's the same speed. Your speed isn't affected by vac-suit.
Okay.
Not on short sprints or anything. So yeah,
And the power armor doesn't offer any extra agility or anything, so it's all fine.
Pim, what would you like to do?
There's not much I can do, so I'll just
Fair.
skip.
Well, wait, Dr. Charles, down to you.
I am not shooting at the bloody
Okay.
pipe because that's going to be a really, really bad idea.
It's only over here. It's ages away from me.
Yes, but if it gets any more than a couple of drops, how quickly do you think it's going to move?
It's on sand.
Yeah, it makes all the difference.
I want to
Okay.
I just need to quickly read something.
Becoming more acquainted with your gear.
Not quite.
He's reading Darius's will.
Yeah.
It's like,
What do
what
they
of this
say?
stuff
Go
do I
hard or
get?
go home?
I bequeath all my coffee beans to Pim.
Can exert the force as if with one
Yay.
hand and their own strength. It probably won't work, but can I try and help pull him forward with my telekinesis?
That is a very good
Ooh.
question. I believe with the level of strength you can leverage.
If I was using one hand and my own strength,
Yes.
is how
So
it's described in the thing.
I feel like that's not bad. I feel like if for example you were standing on a solid surface and somebody was sinking in front of you, if you held out one arm, they grabbed it and you both pulled, that wouldn't be bad at all.
Yeah.
So
But basically, I'd just be grabbing him and pulling him back.
I will allow you to manifest this force. Is it visible?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Basically, he'd feel a weird thing, grab him, and then try and pull him
Yeah.
towards
So
where we are.
are you like grabbing his suit and pulling it out, or trying to work with him to pull him out?
The force they generate is usually invisible, though the psychic can allow a visible glow if desired.
Okay, so Darius, as you're kind of struggling in the sand, you see like a faintly glowing hand just appear in the space in front of you, kind of holding out in preparation to give you a pull. So
And at that point, I literally say, "Darius, take my hand," and then I try to assist him to get him out.
okay, well, it is now the turn of Darius, and I will allow this hand to give you advantage on your next athletics check to escape. So roll twice and take the high result.
Okay. Oof. I got a -1 athletics.
It's still good to have help. Oof a doof.
How?
Oh no!
System is
1 and a
broken.
4 both times. Now, I have a question.
Yes.
If I burn my reroll, does that have advantage too?
No. You only get one more.
Fuck it, I'll do it.
Yeah, because as you're
Initiative. Sorry.
Yeah.
okay. As you're
Hey,
kind of,
a 9 again, which is good.
I don't see it.
There you go, 5.
Okay. As you're kind of struggling and pulling at his hand, you feel like you were about to sink a bit deeper there, but kind of managed to shift your weight and not sink any further. So no progress, but you're still where you are.
Yep. And time check is 7:25.
Okay.
And then I'll take a shot, because might as well keep firing at whatever moves.
I should say I forgot to mention this, but like I'll tell you now. At around this time, just the natural progression of quicksand being quicksand, you are now kind of up to your crotch.
Yeah, great. Good stuff.
Yes. You don't feel any tendrils or anything grabbing onto you, so I'm not sure what you could shoot at.
Shoot
Is
at
there
the
any
trees.
sand- Is there? Yeah, okay, I'll shoot at the tree. The closest tree to me.
Okay, that would be this one.
Yep.
Don't shoot me.
Okay, it's not moving. It's more or less stationary, but I will ask you to make an attack roll of armor class 9, just because there is an ally directly opposite to that tree.
Fair enough. Are you okay with me shooting that?
I told you to shoot the trees. What tree you decide to shoot is up to you.
My bad.
It's okay. Attack roll.
Yeah, I am going to burn another. What bonus does it get from burst?
Burst fire grants a +2, but expends 3 rounds as opposed to 1.
Yeah. No, I know 3 rounds, but I was just plus.
Yep, it's +2. Okay. You're doing very well for yourself with these hits. Okay, you just take
as well.
another shot at this tree, and your shot just like shears off one of its major branches with leaves on top, and it just kind of goes and falls off the main bulk of it unceremoniously into the sand.
Oh, that was climactic.
Is it near me?
It's maybe a meter and a half from you at the moment.
Can I grab the tree?
You can do that on your next turn because you already used all your actions.
Yep.
Catalina.
Oh, da. All right, I will keep running.
You can make it to here on your turn and see all the action with just your move.
Da, I do this.
Yep. Whoop. Oh my god.
Basically, you go around the corner and you see Darius halfway in the sand with this big glowing arm in front of him.
and Dr. Charles is kind of sweating a bit from his suit as he seems to be focusing and exerting effort on this task.
Okay. How big is my plasma projector?
It's a two-handed weapon. I'd say it's not small. It's probably at least this big, and I've always kind of imagined it and envisioned it as like as a gun that's kind of held underslung and fired from the hip, and no one seems to disagree with me, so I'm going to say it's that kind of shape.
Imagine the gun from Heroes, Babe, for my character that I play. Something like
that's
kind of what I imagine.
Imagine like a minigun almost.
Yeah, somewhat.
Except
Why do you?
no, it's all good. can't really do anything this turn from where I currently am.
Okay. I will remind you of a certain purchase that you made, Alice, Catalina. You bought some Insta panels.
I did, but it takes an action to activate them. So like.
You have an action.
Yeah, but like, there's nowhere for me to put it where I currently am.
Okay, fair enough.
I'd need to go do it on my next turn.
Well then, would you like to use your action to move up to the edge of the sand?
Yes.
Please?
Yes.
Okay,
I
so
will do
you...
that. And I will prepare the Insta panel, because that's what I was planning on doing anyway.
Thoughts though. Okay. Dimitri.
I'm not shooting at pipe anymore.
No,
Yes,
no,
please
shoot
don't.
the pipe.
How about I shoot at ball
Do it.
instead?
Do it.
I do love stirring this man up. It is good fun. You were shooting at your leg, yeah?
Please don't shoot at my leg.
I don't know what else to do. All my guns are short, and I don't think you want to grab hold of my monoblade. But perhaps that pipe thing that we stuffed into Pim's hole, that is 2 feet long. Would that be useful?
It's unlucky at the moment. Just shoot the pipe again. I want to see what happens.
Oh no! This is metagaming at this stage.
Huh?
This is. I feel like this is you, Chris, encouraging the player to keep shooting just cause.
Because I want to see what happens.
Okay.
It's going to be negative to me, probably. But
Oh god, all these gifs in chat of people in quicksand is amazing. I never saw them. Yes.
oh, that's so sad. Don't put that horse quicksand gif up. No.
Oh no. Okay, so yeah. It's up to you, Dimitri.
I think I will hold my action until more tentacles appear or something.
Okay. Lucky, are you will be able to make it to around here with your move on your turn, and then be able to survey this.
And then shoot.
Oh, he's the one that's going to freak out seeing the glowy hand.
You round the corner and see a mysterious ethereal hand reaching. I assume in your mind, kind of ominously towards Darius.
I kind of want to do two things, but I don't think it's going to work that way. And that is, I want to run and jump at the sand, but then fire my grapnel launcher back at the same time. But I don't think it works. I don't think move economy will allow that.
I think you would need.
How about I take over that act?
Oh yeah, that's true. You could fire the grapnel launcher.
The grapnel launcher isn't like physically integrated into your armor. It's just a piece of equipment. And the way Pim has been able to interact so far has just been him using a shoulder-mounted gun. And going pew.
All right, I'm going to ready the grapnel launcher, but I'm going to make a running jump at
Him with the grapnel launcher. Like,
Okay, where are you going to aim with this launcher? Like, I assume that you want to hit some kind of some solid surface, something that it could wrap around, maybe.
Actually, what is the length of the grapnel launcher? I want to see if I can actually hit him from here.
You could definitely hit him from where you are now with the grapnel launcher. It's got a pretty decent range.
I knew this was going to happen.
I'm going to get knocked out by a fucking grappling hook.
It launches rope up to 40 meters, so easy.
All right, yeah. I want to try and fire it at the sand directly in front of him so that he can try and grab hold of that as well.
Okay. That is easy enough to do. You pull out the grapple launcher, and because you stand like a head or two heads above everybody else in the way, you just hold it up high, take a shot, and the rest of you see this cord go and just go and land in the ground directly in front of Darius.
Cool.
Okay.
And that's pretty much all I can do. Basically, as soon as he grabs hold, I'm going to start the retract button.
Okay. Dr. Charles, it is your turn. You are still focusing on this spectral hand.
I am going to continue to focus on it, trying to get him out.
Okay. Darius, at the start of your turn, you feel something brushing up against your leg.
I knew it.
And it grabs a hold of you.
Bugger.
You feel this thing wrap around both of your ankles and your knees, kind of pulling them tightly together, and you feel this almighty tug, and now you are kind of halfway down your torso in the sand.
Yep. Well,
Grab the launcher. Grab the grapple.
Yes.
I'm gonna fire first and then grab the grapple.
Okay. Go ahead and fire again. At this stage, I will say that because of just how deep this thing that's grabbing you is, I'm going to have its armor class be 2. Because it would be a very challenging shot to actually hit something like that.
Okay. I'm burst firing again.
Sure thing.
Yep. I'm burst firing again. But bugger.
Not bad, but yes. You see another spray of sand that impacts next to you, but you don't feel the tightening of these vines loosen at all.
Okay. Can I reach the grapnel launcher at the moment?
You can reach you can reach the launcher and you can reach the hand.
Okay. I'm gonna go for the. Well, I'm already holding the hand, aren't I? So
yes. So
holding on that, I'm going to try and grab the grapple and wrap it around my arm.
Okay, so you just reach out and do a kind of like twisty wrist motion to try and brace and keep this thing in place.
Yep, and I'm going to yell out, "If this rips off my arm, you owe me a prosthetic."
Okay.
Be arranged.
You are braced and ready, and since Lockie, you've seen him kind of wrap around. You at that moment compress the retract button, and Darius, you feel the strength of Dr. Charles's psychic arm and tension come into place from this arm. So go ahead and make another athletics roll with strength.
Me?
Yes, because
are we assisting?
You are assisting, so he has advantage, and because there's 2 of you assisting, the DC is now going to be lower.
Okay.
Do I take that as an assist or just count the DC as lower?
Both, because there's 2 people helping you.
Okay.
Not bad. Even better.
Hey.
Okay, you kind of, by a combination of all this force, you kind of get pulled up and wiggle free, and you are able to end your turn about knee deep and mostly horizontal, kind of like splayed across this sand on your belly. But you do still feel the vines struggling to keep a hold of you. Catalina.
Yes, I'm just reading schematics, no semantics.
Molotov? Molotov? It's not Molotov into the fire.
Pardon?
Yeah, if I get caught in that, I'm fucked. Just so you're aware, it can wipe me out in one hit.
I mean,
Yeah.
no, I'm not throwing a Molotov.
Let's
It's
not
fine.
Molotov, Darius.
Like that's like a KO. If you
Okay.
wanted to kill my character, now's the time.
So how?
I'm gonna like you, Darius.
I release you from your
No.
promise.
No.
He wants to throw a
How
Molotov at you.
wide is this space?
Yeah, so each square is 1.5 meters.
Okay. What is
that's
this
about
space
9.
here? Like
Uh,
in there?
As you draw it, drag
Yeah.
it, you can see 6 meters. There you go.
Ah, I see.
That is 6 meters across. What are you aiming for?
I want to put the Insta panel down. I'm trying to figure out where would be the best place, so that
Okay.
it would benefit Darius the best.
Well,
Well, it doesn't have to be vertical.
Huh?
It doesn't have to be vertical. You can lay it out across the top of the sand.
I'd say.
I know.
Yeah.
But I was trying to see if I could like wedge it against something so it would have more solidity. But
I'd
Put the
say
top under it.
it's about this big on the sand. So if you wanted to kind of like chuck it out in front of you and have it kind of skid and stop on the sand, it would be about that big.
alright. Yeah, I'll do that. I will. Is this section
Downstairs,
across
and put the panel
here
on top of it.
where the
Yeah.
sand is? How far in would I be able to walk before it starts sinking?
I think.
Because, like, you know how you can sort of see the sand when it's still
Yeah.
over, like, stone and stuff?
Yeah. So at around this point here, this line, there is kind of it goes from being a kind of like sand overflow to being actual depth. It's very sudden, like pitch drop, and doesn't have any kind of gradient to it. So
Alright.
around that point there.
In that case, Catalina's going to move forward one space to there,
Yep.
on the edge, and she'll put the Insta panel down here, where the thing is, but she'll try and hold on to it.
Okay. So you drop it down about there, and so that would mean you're kind of on your belly, holding onto it with your arms,
Yeah,
or was it kind
kind
of slanted?
More on my knees, but I'm more holding it out to him so that he can grab onto it, hopefully, or climb onto it, and then we can help pull him back.
Okay. With all of this effort, to make a long story short, Darius, you are able to free yourself from the sand.
Sweet.
So.
Yay. So, like, new plan, don't go in that.
Did it take more than 5 minutes to get him out of the sand after I activated my?
It probably took about 20 more seconds to pull him out clearly, because there's a lot of people helping.
Cool. Would I have been able to take the battery out of the Insta panel and let it retract back, or is it expended? Because it takes 5 minutes to solidify.
Insta panel. Well, it assembles itself completely as like a big sheet of something, and then after 5 minutes it becomes solid.
Yeah.
I don't think that's quite how Instapanels work. Like, so
it's more like after 5 minutes it can survive gunfire.
Yes,
Yeah.
but like it's like if you have those heat packs where you crack them and it makes heat, you can't just say, hey, can you turn back? You have to do some kind of chemical reaction to make it revert back to its previous state, and you haven't got the means to do that.
Oh, good. I was just asking.
That's all good.
Okay. Well, I'm
So-
going to pull the panel back up and just sort of like leave it here-ish so that we can
Okay.
use it later if we need it.
Sure. So
'Cause
there's
it's
a
just
big,
floating panel at the moment.
a big metallic Instapanel that's making like quiet crackling noises next to you guys as it gradually hardens.
Can I expend more ammo and shoot the pipes?
Darius, what are you doing?
Okay, certainly.
Destroying it.
Why?
Because it nearly destroyed me.
No,
That's
you
premise,
almost
right?
destroyed you. Don't you know you don't walk into sand without checking first?
You realize there's
Besides,
something
It might
under
be full of poop.
that. I'm gonna say,
besides, if you go,
you realize there's something under that as I shoot.
Okay, so you are keeping her busy with a conversation, kind of feigning that you're listening to her while you're shooting. Are you going to shoot at the
Yeah.
same spot that Dimitri did?
Catalina's...
Nah, dead center.
Really? Where?
Shazoo!
I didn't see it.
Okay, so you take a shot right here. Roll damage, because you can definitely hit it.
Yeah.
Just see how much damage you do.
Upon seeing him just shoot it, and after he says what he says, Catalina just stops, and then after he's done goes, I gave you Molotovs, didn't I?
It's a waste.
What do you mean? Is plant like fire, no?
Hang on.
Like
I'm
fire.
trying to work out which. Here we go.
Sorry, you do your thing.
I highly disagree with this
There
course
we
of
go.
action.
It's 24 for 2 damage.
Okay. You definitely hit. This pipe begins to emit a gentle trickle, quite like the one that was shot by Dimitri.
I'm just going to shoot it again.
Okay, if you, I feel like if you shoot it once more, it's going to become kind of, it'll start pouring, kind of as though you've turned a tap on like close to full blast, and so the pipe just begins to dramatically empty, and it doesn't take long before you guys like see flashing overlays on your suit. And the suit's sun visor feature begins to activate and tints your visors to account for the dramatically increasing light levels in the room as this pool of radiant liquid just gets larger and larger.
Interesting.
At this point, after having to keep my ability on for multiple rounds, I backed up and sort of like collapsed and sat next to the wall, trying to catch my breath.
So,
Upon seeing and hearing 2 freaking gunshots, and it just basically get up and be like, "You are a idiot."
My computer just ate shit from.
oh boy, yeah.
Blue screen!
We can hear some strange noises.
Yeah, I'm currently on my phone, but I'm gonna have to see what I can do to.
That's okay. If need be, I can roll for you. Just carry on.
I really hope that's not Den.
Oh dear. What were you saying, Dr. Charles?
I'm basically just going to look over from where I heard the laser rifles go off, and I'm just going to be like, idiots.
I believe now is the time to go. We only have 2 days, and we've wasted enough time.
At this point, I'm going to grab my bioscanner out
Mm-hmm.
and see if I can get any readings from this liquid that's falling.
Okay. You are still decently far away. Is there a range on a bioscan for how far away from a thing it can spring?
Give me just a moment, and I will double check for you.
Essential reading goes through the toxins in a plant or animal. It requires technical views at its full. It allows a full spectrum diagnosis of DNA sequencing of guns. Natural minutes. I'd say because it's designed as kind of an up close and personal device to like scan alive things. You don't get any kind of confident reading from where you are. You would have to get closer to it.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Didn't think so. But like, anybody who cares to and is paying attention to what's happening in this room can make a perception check with wisdom.
What are we doing?
Yeah,
Looking at the lava.
Yes,
Room.
please roll for me. I want to see what's happening with the thing.
Sure.
And I'll also send a drone just to check the what chemical it is, just from where it is.
Sure.
I didn't roll a 1.
I did.
Okay, my laptop's opening again.
Splendid.
What that was.
Charles and Dimitri, you are kind of both able to see past the light filter that's kind of been activated on your visor of your vac suits, and you can see that this liquid is finite and may in fact run in some kind of like zigzag pattern up in the ceiling, and the more it drains, the more dim the remaining lights built into the ceiling begin to become. So
Bigger the bright spot in the center of the room becomes.
Yep. So this was a functional kind of plant growth habitat, but now it's been badly damaged and probably won't be able to do that anymore.
Was it? Like it was just full of sand. Like that is not very good for growing plants.
These plants
Plus it has,
were
plus
doing
it had-
fine.
plus it had giant killer plant in middle.
Yeah. That's probably the plant that they wanted to grow here.
And it's probably dead now.
This was definitely on purpose.
Oh well.
So Darius, you were going on about us getting paid.
No, I was.
What you've just done,
Wait.
we probably won't get paid.
Oh well, Dr. Charles, next time Big Bug takes you away, we'll just let it take you because wouldn't want to hurt it and not get paid.
Don't hurt the bug. It
Bug
will
was
be
different.
Hold on.
We were going to get Darius out.
Don't get your knickers in a knot. We just tell them we found it like this.
No, I'm not going to tell them that. I'm going to tell them it tried to drag me under the surface and we took measures necessary to kill it. That's the truth.
All right, but
Is
I like
not
my
truth,
idea.
is half truth.
True enough.
Is still
I
not
like my
truth.
idea.
Okay.
We were asked to make this area safe. If we left that plant there,
We
it
would
could
have
be
warned
that
them
some-
not to go in the room because you would get dragged under.
Look, we never said we would leave everything alive in here. We said we would make it safe. Duh. This is much better argument. If they want sample or information, they can still study plant dead or alive. It doesn't matter. Is probably better if we had have left it alive, but
I mean, no, it's probably better that it comes dead so that you can get the test tube and make a clone of it with some sort of DNA replication black on Elfdus, eh?
There is
You've
some
got that
study
shit,
you-
don't you?
Whatever the case,
there is some
whatever the
study you
case,
cannot
it's
do
dead
when
now.
dead.
There is no point in going on about it. We should probably move on. I do not like being in a confined space like this where danger is around every turn, and the more we argue, the more danger we put ourselves in. We don't know what's in here, and we are being loud.
Bloody loud.
There is only one thing I agree with
full of
Pim,
liquid
is
giving off
that we
light.
do not have time for this. We only have 2
Alright.
days, remember. Let's move.
North or west?
Well, Loki and I were traveling north. Shall we continue? Can we trust
Yes,
you
right.
won't get in more trouble?
Hey, that
Catalina says
wasn't
that
my
with a
fault.
grin.
I'm gonna just place all my drones at the entrance to this one and have them on Overwatch and walk around to here.
Sure thing. After struggling and staggering past the rocks, there's no problem. Dr. Charles, one moment though. As you are kind of making your way back in that direction, with your perception check, I'd say it was high enough for you to notice that there is an odd-looking section of wall right here, while the rest of the area like appears as though it's had some kind of like natural disaster before and a cave-in has occurred. That section looks like like efforts have been taken by something to clear it out, remove it, or mine in.
Guys, there's something here.
Hmm?
What is?
This part of the wall is different to the rest.
Yeah. All right, I'll send the drone back. I'm just gonna quickly flick on sound across to the other researchers and just speak through the drone and go, I'm sorry guys, but this connection is pretty taxing for me. I'm going to have to sever it.
Fine. Well, stay put. Over. Out. And it just cuts out.
Yeah.
Not a good connection.
And then I'll send my drone round. I figure if we're going to find anything else interesting, we should probably keep it to ourselves for the moment.
And that's the drone with the observation suite?
Drone 1 is. So, did I move the right one? Yes.
What can it see again?
heat, so effectively UV,
Mhm.
radiation, chemical, and electrical. Give me a tick. I got it in notes here. Nope. Ah, fuck, I've got it written on the wrong one. I know
okay.
it's equipped on each one, but I've just got to find it.
That's all good. I think with what you have, if you want to take a close look with the drone, then you can make a perception check as you like snack through all of these filters and try to.
Here we go. Camera, sound, spectrum, UV, infrared, radiation, chemical, focus on conversations or facial expressions up to 2 kilometers and can operate even in the complete absence of light.
Okay, please make me a perception check for yourself, perceiving this section of wall through the drone.
Yep.
Try to gain any other information.
Where the fuck is perception? Wisdom?
Wisdom, yeah. Okay. Very nice. You can see there are like very subtle levels of radioactive particles present in some kind of space beyond. And based on what you can see, it doesn't look like that space is very far from this outside wall.
Hey, Charles, do vac suits protect from radiation?
They do, yes.
Should, yes.
They protect you from radiation from suns, so yes.
Well, there's definitely some sort of radioactive thing in there. I guess you could break through if you want, or I can depth charge it, but I'll lose my drone.
We can use Loki's weapon that makes hole. Duh? No? Maybe?
Vesuvius!
It might be power plant. We talked about power before. Maybe?
Based on radiation.
Let's have a look first.
Based on IV, UV, radiation, and chemical, can I tell how deep the wall is?
Not very. It's hard to tell, but you don't think it would be any deeper than like maybe half a meter?
Honestly, I reckon with Loki's strength, he could probably just punch a hole in it.
Let's try not punching a hole. Let's just try seeing if there's some sort of doorway here first.
That could take too long. I like the bang bang approach.
So do I, Pim. So do I.
None of us will ever be able to work in the research departments.
It looks like this has been excavated, so I don't think there's a door in here. There's probably something buried radioactive in the wall. I don't know.
I won't be able to work in the research department. I guess I will cry to myself later.
Make way.
That was
Portable door
sarcasm.
coming through.
Oh boy, here we go.
Has Pim been drinking? He seems a bit off today.
Okay,
I
so
think he's just bored because he can't do anything inside the suit.
Lucky, you
I am on edge.
You stomp forth, spin up your Vesuvius in your arms. How big of a hole would you like to try and make in the wall?
Might as well go for the full meter.
Okay, that's going to be.
At that point, I'm like, make sure you don't go too deep.
That is going to be half of your power supply trying to cut.
Yes.
Just
Okay.
the tip. Just do the tip. Don't go too deep.
And where specifically are you aiming in this section of the wall? Because
Probably straight down the center.
Rory, can I go and retrieve the Insta panel that's sitting right here?
Yeah.
Just in case.
Certainly. So you're holding the panel in anticipation of a bad thing and maybe like shoving it over the hole? Okay. You stand, you kind of adopt like a horse stance in front of this wall, press the fully splayed out nozzle of the gun against the wall and just press the go button. And all these and this is actually literally what it was designed to do, was to cut through rock originally. So it starts to spin up and goes, and a very unpleasant sound just comes from this thing as it's like dust particles and pieces of rock just like falling free and being sprayed into the air. So as you're cutting in, you're just applying as much pressure as you can. And you feel a sudden loss of resistance, maybe like 40 centimeters in, and you pull back, and this large circular disc of stone just kind of falls in with a triumphant thud, and the ground beneath all of you shakes a little bit as it falls in, and you can see inside. Allow me to do some tactical cutting.
Insert drone.
Yeah, right.
Insert Molotov.
I was gonna say, not yet. Let us see if he's safe first. We don't need you losing another drone.
If there's something in there, we insert Molotov.
And a one, and a two, and a bloop. You see a decently large cavernous space that as you're kind of like Scooby-Doo style poking your heads around this freshly made hole and look inside, it looks like relatively undisturbed metallic-looking brass chests made out of a pretty similar material to that sling that was found by Dr. Charles.
Looks like we hit
Very
jackpot. Except you say radiation, no? Be
And we are
careful,
gonna-
though.
And we're going to take our break right there.
Darius, that game. I believe this is called a loot room.
Okay. We will be back in about 10 minutes, maybe 15, and then we'll jump back into the party figuring out what the hell is in these chests.
And during the
Time
break,
to
you can
divvy up
enjoy my
this.
new video that I made.
Yes.
Yes.
Alice has put a lot of work in creating some really fanciful infographics. So everybody in chat, give her all of the love because it's really impressive, and I hope that you love it as much as we do.
Yes, I plan to make it better in the future. But this is what we have so far. Ta-ta.
Indeed.
Okay,
Bye for now.
break time.
Hello, and welcome back to more of the Gloved Molotov. When last we saw our heroes, Lockie had just finished cutting a hole in a wall, as he is known to do. And beyond, there is a rough cavern full of mysterious-looking metal crates. Proceed.
Darius, can you tell where the radiation is coming from?
Probably.
We should be
I think
careful.
it would be best before we enter it.
I'm gonna quickly check where the radiation's coming from.
Okay.
Why be careful? Just put Darius into a hole and he could touch everything until he finds radiation.
Your drone...
That seems to be normal operation.
So your drone buzzes into the room, and you give it a cursory once over. It seems that this kind of radiation is gamma radiation. So it is.
Oh god, we're all going to turn into the Hulk.
No, that's not how actual radiation works. So alpha radiation is large particles that go a small distance before impacting with matter. If it is beta radiation, then it's a smaller particle that has a chance to navigate before some particles before stopping. Gamma radiation is able to bypass matter far more easily and is therefore able to more permeate a room. Which is why if you were to ingest a source of alpha or beta radiation, you would be messed up because it would just impact all of your insides and destroy you. Which is why people use gamma radiation for medical imaging, because it can pass through you and come out, and they can collect an image from it. So this is that too. This is a source of gamma radiation which is small but persistent and is permeating from this chest over here.
Can I get any outlines of its shape?
Not through the chest.
And what level's the radiation at?
With the chest closed, it's pretty low.
Low enough to walk into the room?
Well, you're wearing vac suits, so you could walk in if that thing was emitting as much radiation as a star.
All right, I'm just going to walk in and point to the chest in the far corner that has it. And yeah, that one, I reckon when you open that, there's going to be a bit more radiation in the room. So we can probably unlock it and get a drone to open that rather than standing here and catching a full...
Maybe we do that one last?
Yeah. I'm just going to walk over to the closest chest and try and start opening it.
Okay. As you kind of examine the chest and give it a once over, there doesn't appear to be any kind of visible latch or hinges or anything to suggest a method for opening it.
It's a mimic.
I'm going to walk in and have a look at the chest and see if I can determine what type of chest they are, if they would have some sort of, I imagine, telekinetic lock, maybe?
Okay, so you're going to try and use your...
I'm just going to have a look at it first and see if I can...
But you're applying your knowledge of Sci-Tech to the situation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And considering the drone can search facial expressions at 2 kilometers, I'm going to basically just use it like a microscope and run it over the chests.
Okay. Darius, roll perception with wisdom. Dr. Charles, roll intelligence. Roll Sci-Tech with intelligence.
While they're doing that, I'm going to turn off the comm and turn to Catalina and just be like, come on, they're going to nerd out in there for a while. Let's go have a look around.
God, no.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. They'll be fine. They can't do much in that little room, right?
I like nerding out.
Pim's just like, no, leave me back here as Lockie stomps away.
You know what, Pim? Pim, you can be our nerd. We need nerd too to look at the things that we find, no?
My drones are watching as you walk past them.
Yes.
I'm just going, Charles, should I ask them to stay or not bother?
At the moment, I think we're pretty safe in this side of the cabin, so let them go have a look. Probably send one of your
I
guys
just
around,
I just flick on comms and just call out, if you guys end up dead, don't blame me.
If we end up dead,
I
we
will
won't be
always
alive to
blame
blame
you.
you.
No worries, Sandy boy.
Actually, Lockie, grab
Yeah.
Sleeper 2, the one that's vibrating at the moment, and it just sort of dips up and down.
Okay. I
You
will like kind of underarm it while I walk past.
Okay.
I
And-
attempt to lift the box that I'm standing near.
Okay. Make me an athletics roll with strength. What rolls did we get from Psytech? Oh boy, and perception. Darius, you are able to determine that this box is very finely made. While it's not made from these metals, it appears as though it's made of a kind of brassy looking metal that has beautiful fine silvery inlay in these beautiful patterns that make absolutely no sense to you, but are very, very attractive. No kind of indication of a latch or any kind of micro mechanism.
This doesn't open in a natural means, Charles.
Dr. Charles, as you kind of examine it, while it definitely shares a lot of the similar design sensibilities as the piece of sci-tech that you found, you could tell that much just from looking at it. You aren't able to glean any more information. Dimitri, as you kind of take like a Russian weightlifting stance and just like, all right, let's see what I can do. Reach down and you try and pick it up. And aside from it kind of being caught by some of the sides of this rocky cavern as you lift it, it's not super heavy. And as you kind of have it in your grasp and move it around, it does feel like it contains one large thing and a lot of empty air.
Been around inside it.
Can I see like an edge where it would open?
Your perception roll was not high enough to determine if such a thing exists.
Even with the drone?
Even with the drone.
Okay. Hey, Dimitri, do you reckon you can shave off like the top centimeter of one of these?
Perhaps. Is that really best idea? Maybe see if there is like rub it up against side and see if there is very fine indent for lid.
Okay.
Looking at the pattern, does there appear to be any sort of like place that is in the design of the box that you would maybe consider to be like a lock to press on?
Interesting. I'd say that that would be more use studying the pattern rather than recalling information. So you make me a perception check with wisdom.
Charles, have you tried like probing it with your head?
That's not how my ability works. I wish it was.
Maybe you should just like pick random parts and try and move them?
Okay. Dr. Charles, you've been paying a decent amount of attention to like the carvings and the laser cut murals up on these walls, and as you're kind of tracing the patterns along the top of it, you do notice like a certain convergence in these patterns that does. I mean, it's not super obvious to see, and it's not like dead center or anything, but there is a point kind of in the top right of this box where a lot of these patterns tend to converge. And just looking at it, it looks very, very interesting.
I'm going to sort of like run my hand over it and then just sort of like press slightly on it.
Okay. As your big, bulky, vaccinated hand kind of rubs across it, you don't get much tactile feedback through the glove. But when your hand reaches that point, you feel the box say, "Oh," as a kind of Like, it feels somebody with the stuff to be able to interact with it, pass over it, and it's kind of like a reaction from the box. So
It's sort of like take my hand back from it and like,
Is it the box that they're looking at, or the one that I have in my arms?
this is like this box right here. He's kind of examining with his hands.
they sort of go, oh, that's interesting.
Interesting.
Place my hand back over it and then reach out with my telekinesis.
Okay. As soon as you do, there is an instantaneous connection of that is exactly what this box was looking for. And as you kind of reach out somewhat aimlessly, you can feel the box guide your focus and fills up spaces inside this box. And then without even really noticing it, you feel your hand twist on the surface, and there's a sudden as the entire surface, like the entire top of this box, just like pops up about an inch or two, and there's now a visible seam and a visible lid.
Oh, that's new.
Catalina and Lockie,
Da.
you two were curious about proceeding off on your own and exploring. So while they're like looking at and investigating, what would the two of you like to do?
I think we were aiming to head up along this way, probably.
Okay, sure thing. And you were carrying Sleeper 2 with you, yes? So this guy.
No, the other one.
No. Okay, George.
Meant drone 2. That
Okay.
was the one that's near them.
Yep,
So
sure
I'll
thing.
move that round.
So as the two of you again like lumber over these rocks that are kind of in the way, you come to a stop in front of this entrance, and you see what you saw before on the feed projected from Darius's drones, which is a large, lush razor tree plantation that has not been tended to and is growing somewhat wild. As you're kind of standing there examining it, I would like the two of you to please roll me perception checks.
Oh dear.
I'll roll as well, because, why not?
Yes, indeed.
You are with us, Pim.
Yes, Pim is present and observing.
I'm not
Oh,
focused
there it is.
enough.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Oh,
focused
my
enough
God.
unless you tell me to look around. So
Yeah. God damn it. Pim. Oh my God!
The three of us just all rolled nat ones. What?
Mother of God!
Okay.
split the party.
You know
Yay!
what? No, we have a
gang.
reroll on reserve. We have a reroll.
It's even worse. Alice, you
Reserve.
rolled double one.
You did. So, would you like to use that reroll that was banked last week by a viewer now?
By roll 20. Yes. I think
Okay.
Pim should
Really?
use it. I think Pim has the highest wisdom.
I've got zero wisdom.
Well, my perception and wisdom are both 0/0 anyway, so either me or you.
Yeah, but Pim
I
gets
feel we
that
can live
one.
without it.
Oh, well, I
one
can do
moment.
it.
Ooh. Okay. So try again, Catalina, and run that wonderfully gifted reroll.
Nice.
I'm sorry, did I just roll another 1?
Yeah.
Yes.
You rolled 2.
You rolled a 1 and a 2. All
Oh, it's
right.
1 better than last time.
Yes, it is.
Well, that
You
was-
will. You will take the time to carefully study what stands before you.
And we're just like, nah, fuck this. I don't really want
Boy.
razor blades in my face.
Boy, oh boy, that's a lot of trees. Like, that's a lot of trees, you guys.
At once.
There's-
I'm refreshing my damn page, man. That's just
There is-
bullshit.
graceful.
There is something else that you do notice as you're examining it, which is that this location, just like the place before, has these similar narrow tubing running the length of the ceiling, containing this radiant, glowing orange goo.
Sorry about that, guys.
Nothing all that interesting out here. Shall we move on?
I suppose it's just weird trees. I don't really want to cut
I
myself with
believe
that.
these trees are very sharp,
Duh, I don't want to
though
go in
I
there
believe
and cut
Loki should
myself.
be the one to go in first.
No. I reckon we move on. Keep going left.
It's fine, the
Are you
nerds
sure?
can look at this one later.
But, okay.
Well, what do you want to look at, Pim?
Do you want to have a look at
I
it?
would like to turn that metal into a weapon.
Okay, well, let's see if we can harvest some.
Okay. You got my attention.
Do you think your weapon can cut through this? Wait, monoblade should be able to cut through this, no?
I concur.
I was specifically told not to destroy anything.
I've already taken samples.
It will be here when we get back. Perhaps we should press to the west.
All right, let's go.
Okay, we keep explore.
Adventurers out there.
If you proceed to the west, you can see a pretty substantial cave-in, and as you're kind of standing there examining it, towards you there's a lot of like 3 foot high wall, like stones and rocks sitting in front of you that you would have to climb over, and if you kind of like take a quick leg up and look over, it doesn't get much better. It's very rocky, and in places these rocks get quite close to the ceiling. So you think if you were going to try and navigate through, you might just get stuck. It would be a challenge to push ahead if you wanted to.
May I suggest we go this way then?
Which way is this way? Yeah, that's not the direction.
It's the clicky thingy worky.
There it is.
There we go.
Yeah, that's the way I was thinking of as well. I assume it just like popped up on my heads-up display.
Yes, like a small kind of, hey, look over here. Like 10 meters this way.
Can we go through there?
You would be able to. There are similar obstacles, but not as severe in that direction. So you think you might be able to manage scaling that area more easily.
I just imagine Pim being like Navi from Zelda.
Hey, look, hello! Watch out!
Alright, well, let's squeeze through a gap and let's do this.
Okay.
No?
I would like you both, if you're going to try and climb through, I would like you both to make athletics rolls with strength.
Duh, sure. I don't want to go through pit of
pull
evil sand.
Your bulky selves. Catalina, you are going to be attempting this with a -2 because you are
-2.
-2. You are
Right.
you are not trained in the use of a back suit.
Duh.
Whereas I feel like I just kind of just walked through it.
Athletics.
You can all hear me now, yeah?
Is
Yes.
strength?
Yeah, strength.
Okay.
Yes. But with a -2 modifier applied at the end.
What did I miss?
They are
Oh, my
trying
internet was being a shit.
to climb over some rocks to get to here as you instructed.
We
I
see
am
you,
walking through the
Navi,
rocks.
and you point in direction going, hey, listen, and we go, okay.
Hey, listen.
Is it with strength?
Yes.
With a -2.
That is
Not bad.
that is enough. You like Lucky as you kind of like power over this thing. There is one moment when Catalina does appear to be quite stuck, and you turn around, you go back, grab her suit by the waistband and just pull, and a piece of rock just comes free, and she's able to continue crawling.
Yeah, I'd be like stuck and be like, Lucky?
What's that pop noise?
Alright, I'll get you, Sheila. I kind of imagine that he just looks at the rocks and they know better to move out the way.
And the two of you are able to make it to around here. There is still rough, rocky terrain covering a lot of the floor, but you are more able to navigate.
Da.
And yes, you are now standing on the opposite side of this sand pit. It seems that the light from the light channels from the ceiling have now almost completely drained, and now there is this big glowing circular pit of radiant just sitting in the center of the room.
Hey, look, it's Sandy's pit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Dr. Charles, you have this box now open sitting in front of you. Oh, yes. Also, do make sure that you are recording the consumed effort required to use your psychic powers. But yes, this box is before you.
Yes, after it opens, I just sort of go, okay. I grab the sides and I slowly lift it up.
Okay. And Dimitri, you're still holding that big box, yeah?
No.
Okay.
It's a little one from the corner.
Yeah. Dr. Charles, you pick this thing up, and both you and Darius, who are standing over it, are quite surprised to see that it's something not dissimilar to what you saw previously with the SciTech, where it's clearly something that has been designed to fit around anatomy. As you kind of stand there and examine it, it looks like various pieces of sculpted metal that, if you were to like take it out and splay it out, would have the rough approximation of a shape to like a praying mantis thorax. This looks like armor.
This is very
Weird shit.
There, you got into the box. This is good.
Yes,
All
I
right,
can't
do we-
open all of these boxes, I can tell you that now.
Why not?
Well, can you do the radioactive one? That's the most interesting one.
Can I, from looking at the armor, can I determine if it's SciTech as well, or is it just, or does it just appear to be armor for the race of creatures that lived here?
It's made in a similar way, but it doesn't have nearly as much of the details and the je ne sais quoi that you would expect to see in SciTech. So
It looks like it's ceremonial.
It's beautifully made and would be decently functional if you were a giant mantis person, but it doesn't look like SciTech. Also, as you're holding this, you do get like you've seen all these murals of these mantis people on the walls, but this really is the first impression you get of just the size of how big these creatures must be. They must stand at least like 3 meters tall, maybe 4.
I'm like got the chess piece and it's like this.
Yeah, and you're like, oh boy, big guys.
You do not want to run into these things.
Preferably not.
Because if they've got SciTech and this is how big they are, no.
Hey, no.
We need
How
to
many
open
of
the
these
boxes.
reckon you could open?
I still want to. I will open one more box. That is it.
What is problem?
Only
Like, is it-
one? This is clearly where they're storing valuables.
Does your power commit effort for the scene or for the day for this telekinesis?
That is a question.
Because if it's just for the scene, then the way it's phrased is that the default time in between scenes is extrapolated to be roughly 15 minutes. So if you took a breather after that time, your effort would regenerate.
Okay.
No telekinesis. Yes, you make a commit effort for the scene. So if you open this box and then take a breather of roughly 15 minutes, your powers would recharge and you would regain all that effort.
Well, open them all then, even if it just takes a bit of time.
Yeah.
I'll give me a minute to rest and then I will open the next one. Until then, I want to like get a proper scale of this. So I start taking all the armor pieces out and just sort of like splay
Okay.
them out properly so I can see everything, and then like keep recording stuff on my data pad.
Is
If
the full
we-
set of armor in the chest or just the chest piece?
Say again, sorry?
Armor.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is it a full set or is it just like the chest piece?
This appears to be like everything in this chest would make up a complete chest piece. Though, as you kind of examine it, there are definite indications of like straps and anchoring points on this armor to indicate that the other pieces could be attached to this. Just they
That box.
could only fit so much per box. So yes, you take the time and are just like painstakingly cataloging and recording all the information about this.
Maybe perhaps other boxes contain other pieces of armor, and the radiative one is maybe got weapon.
Could be worth checking.
Indeed. We will now cut back to Pim, Catalina, and Lockie. What would you like to do?
Well, what do we see?
Oh yes, I forgot to.
Catalina makes a rude gesture at Sand. Goes, "Fuck you, we win," and then turns the other direction. What do we see over here?
Over here, boop.
You see more sand? Huh.
Snippity snap. Snookity doos. There we go. You see more of a ruined, rocky terrain. There does appear to be more of a path, and if you were to try and navigate through this, you could. It would just be a bit more of a challenge.
It's okay, we got nothing better to do while they do the nerdy thing over in the other room. Sorry, Pim.
Exactly.
Pim, we really
Let's
have
have a
to
look.
remember to bring the squawk box next time so you can stay with them. Or you make like more useful squawk box than squawk box. No?
I was thinking of making a scarab bot.
Oh, this would be good, Maybe when we get back to ship, I'll help you, yeah? We work on this together?
Agreed. I would like that very much.
Okay. Could the two of you please make me more athletics rolls with strength? Again, Catalina, I'm -2 for you.
No, I did not
Wow.
-2.
Wow, it doesn't matter.
So it's
Is actually 4. I did not do the -2.
oh boy, you both.
His foot gets caught on a rock as he walks, and he just falls flat on his face.
You both get to around here, I'd say, as you're kind of like crawling over some rocks, and you both get stuck. It's kind of like, oh no, like you can't progress any further, and you're not sure if you can go back.
Oh dear.
All right. So what I'm hearing is Vesuvius.
So what I'm hearing is, oh no, punch time.
Allow me to run a diagnostic on the rocks to check their architectural integrity.
Okay.
Pim gives a cursory scan. This all, like, just from the visuals and from your assessment, it's a lot of the stone is quite similar. It's a strong, hard rock, quite similar to the rock that the city itself is made from. But these natural cave-ins have occurred kind of on fault lines, so major lines of inconsistency where this rock cracked, slid, and fell and kind of shattered on impact to create this debris. While it could be cut through with the Vesuvius, you're not sure if anything less than that has the oomph to get through quickly. It's very strong rock.
I do not see any other choice but to use the Vesuvius.
How much of a gap
Apologies.
is there currently?
kind of in front of you. Well, the two of you are kind of like splayed out on your bellies. You can reach your arms back and grasp the Vesuvius. Just you'd be using it one-handed, but because you can't get your left arm out in front of you to grab it.
It's
because
okay.
It's stuck.
Do I have an arm that I can reach? We work together, no?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't need two
okay,
hands when there's two people, no?
So Lockie, you kind of pass the Vesuvius over your butt from your right hand to your left, and then hold it out to Catalina, and kind of like, I mean, would you have explained the controls to her at all in your travels?
Probably.
She's probably also seen me use it a few times.
Yeah, good point.
And
Catalina has
when
probably
I've been
gotten-
disassembling and reassembling to, work out its functions, she probably would have been watching me as well.
Fair enough. Okay, I would like the two of you to both make energy weapon rolls, please.
Okay.
With dexterity.
How do I do that?
It should be a skill.
Holy shit! Is that with the bonus I've given you?
That's not with the bonus, that's just flat.
It's 2 6s.
That's 14.
Yeah.
God damn. I mean, yes. So it's
With what, sorry? Strength?
with
Dexterity.
Dexterity. That's fine. That's better. Do I assist anything? No.
no, it's just you to roll it.
I am useless.
You
Far
don't
out. How many ones am I gonna bloody roll tonight? Like, just put it out there.
You don't get in the way.
I'm going to point out, I have literally rolled 1s or 6s.
So your arm is useful to like hold the gun steady and give like a pivot point for Lockie to use to kind of carve a slice off the stone. And I'd say you expend another 10% of your gun's charge doing it. And then because of Lockie's beautiful surgical slice through the stone, you are both freed and able to continue.
Yeah.
So if the two of you could please make 2 more athletics rolls with strength.
And we get
Someone
stuck.
please pray for me.
Pray for Mojo.
Hey! Continue with rolls of 1s or 6s.
Once again, Catalina, you do get stuck, but thanks to Lockie, he's able to assist you and help pull you through the rest of the way.
This
What's
stupid
with you
suit,
like
man.
getting stuck in things?
His stupid suit. When we get back to ship, I am not taking it off. I'm going to stand around in this stupid thing till I get used to it. Ah. She just
Teach you how to use the romnipotent.
Da, you should. It's very pretty, but it's. I have seen you pull it apart many times, but is not same when you try use. Different understanding.
Okay. The two of you are able to pull yourself free, and as you get closer, you can see more of those bright lights coming through. It seems that on the left and right of this hallway, there's more of those strip lights, and what used to be kind of like planter boxes built into the walls of this facility, and there's these large, unusual looking plants growing out of the left and right. They have like kind of clustered around the bottom of them. There's small oval shaped leaves in tight clusters, and towards the top, it's a long but thick stem that has much larger leaves kind of wrapped around the top. You have never seen a plant quite like this. And now I'm going to cut back to Dr. Charles. Sliding back over. Okay, Dr. Charles, you've examined this armor to your satisfaction, and I think you do have you have it in you to open one more box before you can take a rest, I believe.
Yes.
You should have 3 points of effort to play with, if I'm not mistaken.
5.
You should only have 3.
It's max or
It is 1 plus your modifier for either con or wisdom, plus the highest level you have in a psychic skill. So it's 1 plus your wisdom bonus plus your 1 in bioscience. So it should be 3.
okay. So after I've done that, I'll walk over to the next box and
Can we just stay here until we've opened them all?
I mean, it's essentially you can, but if you're going to open this box here, I would like to have a conversation about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll do the same thing. I'll just study the markings along the top. As soon as I see the convergence point, I'll reach out with the telekinesis and let the box guide what I'm doing.
Now that you've seen like the pattern,
That we leave the best one, that is the radiated one, to last.
I'm with Nikolai on this.
Nikolai, stop using my
Fucking
nickname. That is for ship only.
Okay, so now that you've seen
Dimitri.
the pattern and the convergence point, it becomes easier each time you try it to crack open these boxes. And so when you open this one, you are able to pull out a lot of like thin and thin, skinny but curved sections that, as you pull it out, looks as though that box is full of like tightly stacked leg armor. So for all 6 of its legs, the box being held by Dimitri, you crack that open. That actually contains a helmet.
Interesting.
And it looks to be again pretty big.
It is a bit big for my head. Like, I know I have ego, but it's not like this.
What's especially intimidating is as you see the plates that would wrap around large articulated mandibles, and just seeing the size of them kind of gives you the willies a little bit, especially given your recent encounter with that other insect that grabbed you.
Yep, this could easily bite my head off.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And this box over here, when you crack it open, this appears to be armor that would cover the rear of some kind of mantis. So you've got chest, arms and legs, helmet, and like you know how praying mantis have that large bulbous thorax at the rear.
Yeah.
This armor contains plating that would cover most of that, and then that just leaves you with.
I'm looking at this going, the only thing left is weapons.
And the only box left is this one that is radiating gamma radiation.
Charles, is there? Do you think any similarities between what the armor we are seeing here and the insect that tried to take you for a swim?
No, the one that tried to take me was big and bulbous. This is for something that is big, but more like on the pictures of the wall. They look more like a praying mantis, just 3 meters tall.
Could it be a descendant?
Maybe experiment gone wrong.
So
Descendant, it could be a de-evolution.
Maybe
That's
it was
what
guard dog.
descendant means.
Maybe it was once guard dog and it got big for some reason.
Well, whatever it was not nice. But let's get this done with. Last box.
You reach out, find the pattern again. This one is a bit hard to spot, so it takes you a minute kind of caressing the surfaces of it before you find it, which was probably intentional. And as you reach out and crack the box open again, this top surface like seamlessly slides up, and you can take off the lid. As you look inside,
Slowly lift it.
As you're slowly lifting it, I'm going to check radiation levels.
Okay.
I was going to say, I pull out my bioscanner to see if there's any radiation in the
You won't get radiation with a bioscanner, man.
I mean, I mean, he could detect if any of you were being affected by the radiation with the bioscan.
Detecting if I myself is being affected with the radiation.
Yes. So as you crack it out, there is an increase in the parts per million as the seal is broken, but it's not a massive amount. It's just like if you have a full spectrum needle, it goes from here to here. So like maybe 5 parts per million.
Is that still safe enough to grab barehanded?
Barehanded, you wouldn't want to handle it for an excessive length of time, but you could.
Yeah, okay. So we're talking the sort of thing that you hold for a week and you get cancer.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
And
it looks all right. It's not
It's like
too
having
bad.
a constant CAT scan.
yeah. And as you kind of crack it open and take a look inside, you see something rather remarkable. It looks as though there is some kind of long, transparent and curved pipe that kind of has this that has various like spheres stacked up inside of it. It has this fanciful brass cap with an articulating lid, you assume, so that these spheres can come and go from inside this vessel. All but one of these spheres inside it are just clear glass. And there is one that sits at the bottom that's kind of glowing this pulsing blue. And that is for sure the source of this radiation. From this large curved pipe, which, as you kind of assess it, looks like it might slot onto the back of the armor that you found previously. There's a pipe that looks to be about the diameter of these spheres, like a flexible pipe that reaches down and attaches to some kind of mysterious looking apparatus. It's nothing like you've seen before, but it's very, very strange looking.
I don't know.
Do you reckon the bottom sphere is damaged and the others are how it's meant to be?
I'm unsure. It seems maybe like it's a power source of some kind.
Either that or it could be a collection tool to collect radioactive materials.
This is also a possibility.
Okay. As you stand there and ponder this development, back over to the rest of the party. Pim, Lockie, and Catalina, what would you like to do, given what you can see? I will also say that, considering where you are, it's probably reasonable that you can see here as well. So it appears that this shrubbery reaches an end, and there's a branching hallways to the north and south of that intersection.
Okay.
Do we
Is the
keep
pathway
going, or
big enough for us to be able to move through fairly easily, or
are the trees really overgrown?
The trees are somewhat overgrown and are reaching out, but you could walk through.
okay?
Allow me to scan the plants first.
Duh, I don't want them to come alive like the other ones with the roots. And like, try and rip me to shreds.
Okay.
Yeah, probably not
well.
the best thing.
Pim, specifically, how are you scanning these? Because that's pretty important.
I'm just using words. I'm honestly just having a look over them.
Okay, well then, if you're doing the scan, please make me a perception check with wisdom.
Please be good. Oh, that was horrible.
They are plants.
These are just these are unusual looking plants, but they're plants. You assume that these will do what regular plants do, which is sit around and photosynthesize.
I do not have a bioscanner, therefore I cannot give any accurate deductions, and I do not have any knowledge or information pertaining to these particular plants either. I am afraid that I am in the dark.
Well, good enough for me. Let's go.
Okay, if you're going first, I suppose.
Yeah, might as well have a look at the end of the corridor at least.
No, I agree. I mean, we've
Alright.
encountered nothing so far, so we might as well keep looking.
All right, Lucky, you march forward triumphantly, and you make it to about here.
Yeah, I figured as much.
You make it to about here. As these weird, like, long tendrils that like, kind of grow and have these leaves wrapped around them, kind of begin to gently sway as you pass. At first you think it's just because you're stirring up air with your triumphant movements, but as you reach a certain point and kind of accidentally step on part of it, there's an immediate kind of drastic unfolding of leaves, and it just falls upon you, and just grabs on, and so each of you now have this large tendril that just wraps, or I should say, attempts to wrap around the both of you. I will make attack rolls.
Okay.
Okay.
Remember,
Catalina, you are grabbed.
Oh no.
Lucky, you are not.
What is this shit, man?
Definitely not.
This place hates me.
Yep.
That's with
So
a +0 too.
oof a doof. So
No, +1 because I'm not wearing the shield.
Yep. So King Catalina, you just see your entire vision is clouded as this plant like wraps around you and takes hold with surprising strength, kind of pinning your limbs together and to your sides as it begins to crush you.
She's just like,
And
I knew this was going to
What's
happen.
the armor class of this plant?
that is a very good question. Are you going to attempt to shoot at it?
Yes.
How thick does the part that is latched onto her look?
It didn't look super thick as it was grabbing. Maybe about 10, 15 centimeters of plant matter.
Mm-hmm. But it's like stretched itself out now, I assume.
Well, it was kind of all wrapped around this long trunk and kind of unfolded and grabbed. So as the one that was snapping around you kind of reached forward and you dodged, you saw about how thick it was.
I might actually pull out the monoblade and try and cut it off.
Okay, are you going to try and cut Catalina, the one grabbing Catalina off at cut it off at the stem, or try and cut through it to get her out?
Try and cut through. Yeah, probably stem actually.
Okay.
Try and cut it away.
So you kind of reach up and try and grab at this thing. It's kind of squirming around a little bit now that you've woken up. So just make me an attack roll for the cut and slash motion you're attempting. It's got an armor class of 6.
Yes.
While Pim takes a shot.
That is
Okay.
horrible.
You are kind of like trying to time your grab to get a firm grip and slash, but your grab isn't quite right, and as you go for the slash, it kind of worms free, and your cut misses.
Is it
Catalina, on the start of your turn, you begin to see fluid traveling through some of the veins of these leaves that are grabbing you, and pores open in the plant, and some kind of caustic liquid begins to pour onto your suit.
before I even get to have a reaction?
It just does that.
Is that before I get to have a reaction to it?
I'd say you can see it coming as you're kind of grabbing onto it. You're like, oh god, oh god, oh god. So if you want to try and do something,
I was gonna
before
say, can I reach the taser that I have?
Put me in the mind of Catalina. You're kind of walking through these plants and you're not quite sure what they're up to. Where would your arms roughly be? If you're Catalina?
Probably one on her gun and one near her belt. She's not trusting these trees. She literally was like, yeah, I don't want them to come out and attack me like the last plant.
Fair enough.
So she's like, she's kind of like on the ready for something bad to happen.
Yeah.
She is weary.
I'd say that then yes, your arms are kind of pinned to your sides, but you have enough movement considering where they are to reach for your stun baton.
Okay. And I'm just gonna try and smack the tree with it.
Okay.
See
you
if
don't
it
have
does
to make
anything.
an attack roll because it's surrounding you. Roll damage, please.
I don't know what damage it is. We never actually added it to my list of things.
It is 1d8. Stun damage.
Electrical damage on a metal tree that's grabbing you.
It's not actually metal.
This
Well,
one isn't metal.
Yeah.
she's just
Some
hoping
of
that
the plants are metal, some aren't.
she's just kind of hoping that because it's organic, it might recoil from the.
Hold on,
electrical
I've
pulse.
looked it up. Other than plants do not have a central nervous system, so therefore it cannot affect them or their structure in any way, shape, or form.
No.
Whereas
Human
electricity-
plants don't have an essential nervous
All
system.
plants don't have a
Yes.
nervous system. So
no,
We're on an alien planet that has plants that are trying to kill us.
They're like semi-sentient, so you know.
could you let me finish? It does say though that the plant cells inside can be fried by the taser, which will make that particular area where the shock has hit brittle.
okay. Roll me a d8 then, Catalina.
A D8? Just a
Yes,
D8? Do I add anything?
Nope, just a d8.
Yeah, because it hardens those plant cells, so they become brittle.
That makes sense.
Not a 1!
Pretty decent. You stun at it, and just as was explained by Mikhail, that section kind of stops moving and darkens. It's kind of like down by your side. So you think on a subsequent turn, if you were to kind of like rip your arm up away from yourself, that section would be more willing to yield to your strength.
Yep, no worries.
And then as a kind of standing there, you see these pores open inside, and this what you assume must be some kind of thick, goopy acid starts to pour on the outside of your suit. You don't know how long it's going to last.
Yeah, I am most certainly.
Lockie and Pim. Your first attempts were unsuccessful.
I will try again, seeing as I can't really see what's going on inside it.
You can probably also see. Oh my god! Good job, Mikhail.
Just remember that my drone's station keeping near you. I'm not paying attention to it, but if you tell me to, I will.
That
Probably not thinking of that at the moment as we.
Yeah,
there we go.
As we're like shit.
okay.
Wow.
So, Lockie, I know what you're aiming for, Lockie. Pim, what were you aiming for with your gun?
The very base of the stem connected to the tree.
Okay, so the part attached. So the part of the stem that's by the tree, or the part of the stem that's on Catalina.
You know what? I'm just going to go with the part of the stem that's on Catalina.
Okay, so you kind of so Lockie, you reach out and slash at this thing now far more effectively. Just as Pim takes a shot. What kind of gun is it again?
A mag pistol.
Okay, as a shot kind of rips through that top section of the plant and shears it clean off. Lockie, can you please make me an evade roll?
Ooh, yes, I can. Whether or not I do it well is a different story.
To try to avoid the currently pressurized. Okay, very nice. You grab up, and as you're grabbing it, you feel the buildup of pressure amassing behind your hand as you go for the slash, and you have the sense of mind to kind of aim the stem away from yourself and release, so that this torrent of well, not a torrent, but this spray of acid doesn't hit you or your friends. Okay, Catalina, with that, you aren't. I mean, you're still being contracted, but the flow of acid isn't coming any further. So it's just the acid on you that you have to contend with.
Oh, good. That's at least something.
Yes, but you are still contracted by this plant, which is probably designed to contract and not let go.
Yeah, fair enough. So is it my turn?
It's now your turn. Yes.
I'm just going to attempt to break free.
Okay, please make me a strength athletics roll with a -2.
Pray for me that I don't get a damn fucking one. Ah, no one. Okay.
That is enough. From that spot that you weakened with your stun baton, you punch out with one arm, reach up and kind of start aggressively peeling it away. You reach out with your other arm and just push it away, and with Lockie's help, you were able to be pried free of this plant.
Nice.
We need to get back to where we were. Safety, immediately.
For good measure, Catalina's gonna kick or smack the thing that was holding on to her before.
Yeah. Lockie, the plant that kind of snapped out at you is currently in the process of resetting itself back into that tight spiral that there was in before.
Okay. I agree, Pim. We should probably head back. Let's head back.
Yes.
We encountered
Let us get
something.
to a safe distance, and then Molotov be very
I was
careful.
going to say, as we walk away, I'm going to throw one of my frag grenades at it.
Okay. So are you walking back in this direction?
Yeah. Oh, no, I probably would go for a Molotov rather than a frag grenade.
Okay.
If
I do have
Catalina
one.
sees him pull one out, she'll pull one out and be like, let's do this.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, the two of you make your way back in this direction. I can just see Christian's face. He's just like, oh no, they're gonna destroy more on the side. But yes, you are able to spark up your lighter. As you do notice that there are kind of weird bursts of like a bluey green teal coming from this lighter, as opposed to the regular orange. That may be attributed to the metallic particles in the atmosphere.
I'm also going to put a hand over the drone's camera.
Yes, I should say, Darius, how much attention would you be giving to the various feeds going on in your head when there is badass alien space armor being unpacked in front of you?
Absolutely none until I hear gunshots or someone calling to me.
I let up 2 rounds.
It's on station keeping. So
Let's put it this way. Once we literally just before we throw them, Catalina will say, Darius, I'm sorry. I now understand.
and the two of you ignite your Molotov cocktails and piff them in. I will have you guys roll combat primitive just to see how well you're able to hit your marks.
Strength or
and also please tell me dexterity. And also please tell me where exactly along this length of hallway you're aiming, so I can know where the blast radius.
I will aim on this side since I'm on
Ooh,
that side.
I rolled yet another one.
So
you forgot to add the bonus from me, man.
No, I did. I added it.
So about where were you guys aiming?
I was aiming pretty much exactly where I'd seen the one come at me.
So there, roughly?
Yeah.
Okay, and Catalina?
Probably around here somewhere, maybe a bit closer to the front.
Okay. Your rolls aren't great, but you're not under any kind of immediate pressure or danger, so they don't land quite on target. I'd say. Can I draw a circular shape? I really enjoy that.
Yeah, I think so. Draw shape. Hold Alt to do a circle.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
Nope.
Nope, you
There
gotta.
we go.
Yeah, you gotta.
Yes. Okay.
Really? I'm going to test that.
Yeah. Okay. So here is this
cool.
large explosive bloom of fire that just begins to rip through these plants. No. And
maybe we should tie a frag grenade to a Molotov.
And another one.
Man, there's a reason why I love you, man.
That is an experiment we can try another time. I think we've done enough damage for now.
And as the Molotovs start to cook and sizzle, the rest of the plants that hadn't snapped at you do begin to animate and are kind of like writhing in
Displeasure?
agony. And
They should be dead by the time we come back.
No,
as the two of you turn away and do your badass walks because no one knows the explosion.
Oh, I'm gonna high five Catalina as well.
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay,
I'm gonna headbang with my little gun.
I'd say
Oh
considering
yeah, it's
the
a three-way high five, but with whatever Pim can reach with.
yeah, it's like I would say considering the two of you have already traversed this, you would be able to make it all the way back to the party about the time when they have cracked open the box and see the gun inside, because it did take you time to like rest and recompose yourself.
okay.
So you guys are. Oops, I've broken it. There we go.
Oh, no.
You guys arrive about there, and as you approach the entrance to this cavern, you can see a more distinct blue light coming from inside.
What did you find yourselves, guys?
We're not sure. So, like, I'm going to take it out and, like, hold it to see if I can figure out where on the armor it would attach to properly.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Also, while trying to...
Yeah, it's not hard to find the point where you would, like, slot it into place. It would kind of go diagonally from left shoulder to right hip on the back plate.
Looking at it, and knowing that the boxes themselves needed telekinesis, I found a psychic sling. I'm gonna. By this point, would my telekinesis like regenerated by now?
Well, you used it once to save Darius, twice more to open boxes, and then 3 more times to open 3 more boxes. So you are spent. But since the arrival of Catalina and Lockie is like a new scene, I will allow it. So you have all your points back.
Awesome. I'm gonna like hold it and be like, I'm not sure what it is, but I'm gonna reach out with telekinesis and see if it does anything.
Okay.
This coming from the one who keeps calling everyone else an idiot.
As he says that, I'm going to pull out my shield and put it in front of me.
And I'm gonna grab the instant
No.
panel and hide behind it.
He didn't say he was reaching out with his mind. He said it to me.
Okay, yes, true.
So,
Still.
but he is holding this pretty weird, gnarly-looking apparatus, and Lockie, you would know enough about armor to be able to piece together that backsling is some kind of is maybe like a power source or ammunition, and he's probably holding the business end of this gun.
Yeah, I'm, yeah.
Seeing Lockie pull up his shield, Catalina would go down and grab the insta panel and just be like,
Yeah, just hold it up.
Yeah.
Okay, you reach out with your telekinesis towards this thing, and you feel a bit at a loss because, like before, this thing wants to try and guide you towards its use. It is designed so that perhaps if somebody who has telekinesis tries to use it, they could maybe like wave a hand over it and have it like snap up into their grasp. But you don't have mantis hands, so there's kind of a disconnect of it trying to reach up into your nervous system and find the shape it's been told to look for, but it just doesn't find anything. Because you are not a praying mantis man. So
I think I know what this is.
mhm.
It's a BFG.
Oh, would I be right to assume that it's a mind blade?
It does not appear to fit the descriptions you've seen in studies. But if you would like to make a tech sci-tech roll to see if you can see if it's something.
Let's see if I can recognize it as sci-tech to begin with.
Exactly, that's the point of the roll.
It's a different design, so I'm basically changing how I think about the sci-tech to deal with the fact that the thing that should be wielding this is a 3-meter tall praying mantis.
You're not even sure if this is sci-tech. It could be, it could not be. It's pretty cool though.
I still don't think this is something that we should let the Loftus crew see. But there's no way to hide something.
Do we have some way that we could hide it? It is a little bit what is word? Stands out a lot.
Radioactive.
No, it's not that. It's more the fact that it's a giant thing, and
it's more that the fact that I don't want to touch it when I'm wearing a if I'm not wearing a vac suit.
No, it's not something that I want to sling around my stomach and hide under my vac suit to say I suddenly got fat.
Question is really, do they have any telekinetics with them? Because if not, I could possibly just put this back in the box and seal it.
I'm pretty sure they do, because that lady opened the door in front of me.
You're kind of a bit quiet there, Chris. If you can get a bit closer to your mic.
I'm pretty sure they do, because that lady opened the door in front of me.
Ah, true.
Let them have this one. Who gives a shit? They're from Elfdust. You said you trust Elfdust. Let them have it.
I trust my research division of Elfdust. The archaeological division has always been a bit weird.
Is there some sort of like racial terms that are done on departments of research or something running at Elfdust?
No. Ecological divisions have always just been a bit weird.
We're all a bit weird. You're a bit weird from my perspective.
Indeed. So
just let them have it. It's a single weapon.
You're all the most normal humans I've ever met.
Pim, is
the
this
only humans
joke?
you've ever met hasn't tried to kill you.
This is also true.
So it sounds like you're going to leave this stuff here and proceed on.
These are your the not quite compatriots, but countrymen, perhaps.
Yes, but reading the news of Elfdust and people fighting for stupid shit annoys me, and I don't think they should get weapons to help them.
Stupid shit all the time.
Well, there is another option.
Look at how it's a tiny little planet, and dickheads trying to take it over for stupid reasons.
There is one other option. We hit it with a monoblade here and now, break it, first take out the radioactive orbs or whatever the shit that is out of it, break it so that even if they do get it, they can't use it immediately.
Do you realize how rare pre-tech weaponry is?
Do you realize how little I care?
It's possibly the last remaining item like this in the galaxy.
So if we smash it into
not willing to destroy something like that.
Pre-tech salvage, and we can use it to make weapons later.
No, I am not going to destroy it.
Yay.
I'd rather it be used for research than destroyed.
Well, if you want it used for research, give it to them.
I'm inclined to agree with Darius on this, because they are literally researchers.
It seems you are a bit of a pickle, Charles. Maybe we could feed it to the plant in the center room.
That thing's dead.
Okay, maybe we could feed it to the plants in like Just chuck it in amongst the trees.
We'll put it back in the box.
How about we fill the box with sand?
I will remind you that there is only one more compartment on the side of the Romnipotent.
This will not fit in that compartment.
Look at it. It is as big as like Loki's leg.
Pretty bulky.
And I probably wouldn't want that close to my chest either.
Yeah, no. I doubt Lockie would allow me to put the giant glass glowy thing near him.
Well, there is one other thing we can do. We all leave the room and we shoot it from a distance and see what happens.
No,
Why not?
not at all.
Why?
No.
We don't have to worry about anyone getting it or it being abused. It's gone.
There is another option that I have devised.
Just leave it.
Collapse room. Is that what you were thinking, Pim?
This room was opened by us. It can be sealed by us. If we were to place enough refuse and rocks in front of the door and make it look like a cave-in, people are less inclined to go in there, and we could always return for it later.
There is always also the problem
True.
that if they don't get results within the next 2 weeks, the Alphys researchers will be forced to leave, and the
No.
people who come down
48
here
hours.
right?
2 days.
Yes. If they don't find it, then the site is inevitably going to be scraped over by people from this planet, and I don't want them to have the weapon far more than I care about Alphys researchers.
It's true. I
Problem
agree
is,
with
will
this.
Correct.
Alphys be allowed to keep it? It's the problem
Sorry?
I'm having.
That's politics, and not for us to decide. We were hired for a job. I suggest we stick to it.
Either destroy the weapon or leave it here.
I'm leaving it in the box. I'm not destroying something like this.
Then stop bitching about who might find it.
Okay, so it wouldn't take much effort for you to pack the boxes back the way you found them. It is a bit fiddly in places, but you are able to reset all of these. All of this equipment back into its various boxes, and as soon as you put the lids back on and
Bless you.
sneeze and apply gentle pressure, the lids just take it and seal back up. So
I'm more interested in taking one of the boxes because that is really interesting tech.
That is pretty
Fair
cool.
Well, we can take one of the boxes.
Probably not. How are we going to get that past everyone?
pretty big. Okay, so
It is
No, it is fine because we tell them there is room with more boxes. We give them the contents of the box, and we say we're taking box. It is fine.
Once we've cleared the rest of this place, we will ask them for one of the boxes so I can study it. Yes.
Oh, by the way, there is trees that like to eat you.
Yeah, no shit.
No, they were shrubs. I say trees.
So this is why you came back looking a little bit roughed.
yeah,
Duh.
you have come back, Catalina, with like blotchy scorch marks all over your back suit.
And I would have tried to clean up the goop as much as possible off me.
Yeah.
As soon as I see like her back suit, I'm probably going to go over and like double check to see it's still sealed properly.
That's a good call. Make me a push tech roll. With intelligence.
Intelligence?
Yeah, it's intelligence.
Oh, what was this?
Yes.
It seems like Catalina was pretty lucky, and the suit was able to absorb a lot of the damage. You wouldn't recommend she be in that situation again, though, because then the suit may be compromised.
Is okay.
Your suit is very close to being holy.
Oh, how sweet. All I need now is for Dimitri to spit on it, duh?
This can be
Just
done
don't get yourself in any more trouble, please.
somehow.
Is fine. But next time I stand a few steps back from Lockie more.
That's always advisable.
Duh.
Actually, doctor's orders.
So it sounds like you're all finished being in this room. So if you like, you can make your way back up to this hallway. And
Just quickly, shall we seal the room?
that's up to you guys.
Can
I'm not going to
insert
bother.
Leave it for now. There's no point. We'll find it eventually. And if they are able to find something, hopefully Elfdus will get a grant to allow them to stay.
I wonder how much of this place we have to make safe for them. Because if we,
Well, how much do we still need to look at?
but like if we're going to get attacked by the trees every time that we venture near them, does that mean that we have to like burn all the trees down?
No,
Well, here's the next question: is you seem to have more concerns about the things that we're handing over. If we find more weapons, what do you want to do with them? And the second thing is, as far as I'm concerned, we were told to make the site secure, which means no immediate hostilities.
I've got a question for you guys. Who among you were likely to have read any kind of contract signed, like pertaining to the specifics of this job?
Me.
Well,
Not
then,
me.
can the two of you please make just
Sorry,
general-
that was me as well. I might be quiet.
That's all good. So can Darius and Dr. Charles please please roll
Pim.
2d6? Oh, yeah, Pim for sure. Can you please roll 2d6 plus your intelligence modifier? Actually, can you please make
It's not
me
bureaucracy.
rolls? Yes.
Yes!
Roll bureaucracy with intelligence.
Bureaucracy or business?
I'd accept either one actually.
Yeah.
What contract?
Yeah.
I mean, they're the same for me. I was just checking.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's fine.
I'm not very good at this
Not a
shit.
contract.
Okay.
Annoying.
Dr. Charles, you especially would be somewhat savvier to this, having done jobs for the uni before and working there. You recall reading over the sign, the agreement you made, which would have been documented on paper in some form for you to read it over. What was specified is that successfully identifying all risks was a major thing. So say for example, if you were giving them a guided tour, and you approached the sandpit and said, "Don't go in there; it'll eat you." That is successfully identifying risks.
We don't have to destroy anything else. We just have to tell them what's dangerous.
Yeah. So you need to be able to survive this place, to get back to tell them what's dangerous, and if potentially some of these dangers are in between them and what they might want to look at, you would have to incapacitate that too. So you essentially have to clear a path to the cool bits, but nothing beyond that.
Well, we've done that then.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we make path through trees.
I think the quickest word to incapacitation is death.
We don't want to be destroying a completely separate alien biosphere within this cave, just so a bunch of scientists can go have a look at things.
Oh yeah,
Well,
It's not how
also,
science works.
also
The
you
bio-
might want.
In
You
my
might want to-
experience, science would work better with live researchers.
True.
As you were
Catalina,
saying,
what are you
Catalina?
trying to say?
Oh, I was just going to say that something in the air is very flammable.
The biosphere itself is not very natural in the first place. It's clearly been set up to harbor some pretty dangerous shit.
So I will
It's
say,
been set up to harbor the life forms that lived here before the entire planet
Sure.
was
And they're
destroyed.
sure, and their trees that they harbor are dangerous shit. The point is that we haven't
It
been.
doesn't make it bad.
The point is if there is another one of those giant bugs that bit you earlier, further in the cave, we don't know about it. Therefore, we need to check it out. Either way.
The Don's requirement was only that the researchers have some results within 2 days. Not what kind of results he wanted, or like it was not specific in that.
Okay. Let's take
So,
this
having-
one step at a time.
Talking about guys,
Having
stop a
like
sec.
a private chamber.
Stop.
Wait, let me speak. Like I never get to talk. They have found a door. They have opened it. They have found inner chambers. Like that is a good result for 2 days' work, I would think. Enough to get further contract.
Duh, we have achieved what we
maybe.
need to for them to get longer contract where we can finish our job in completion. We have no job if they do not have job. We have found the
Our
result
job
for
was
them.
just to get them here. Like it is.
Duh, we can continue to protect and search later.
I think we are done here.
Lucky, I have a question.
Duh.
Duh.
Specifically for Lucky and his military background experience. This might also inspire Darius as well. Does this facility not seem odd? Every single plant we have come across was tailored towards destruction. There, we've also found armor and weaponry. This is beginning to seem more and more like a military institution.
I 100% agree, and I think if we continue, we're going to reach more and more dangerous things. And I reckon if we let the researchers in at this point without clearing it out, they're gonna die.
Duh, I also,
Yeah, this looks like a military research lab.
I also agree with this.
So
Then I
don't
highly
think you
advise
have
that
done
we go
it.
back and report this to the researchers, because that would also increase the danger for the people of this planet. Alphys would look more attractive in terms of searching this place because they are more equipped and better prepared.
Or it could make the Don incredibly jealous about the prospect of high-tech weaponry.
The Don, I believe, would be a smart man and not throw all of his people to die. He would rather get someone else to do it.
I don't know
Don
about that.
Let me say, the Don has enough people that he could throw them all in here and still have some left over afterwards.
I don't think
That-
he would particularly care about the few deaths, to be honest, Pim.
Even so, I do believe that our lives will be in danger here, and that is not something I can over.
I believe our lives are always in danger either way, and we can either continue and do what we were intending to do, which is explore the cave, or we can walk away now.
My point
As
is
usual, I will follow the group's lead.
my main point is that I think we have fulfilled the terms of the contract that we were tasked with. If we then go back to our research friends and say this is what we have found, but pressing forward would mean destroying more things, then most likely they would tell us to stop.
Well, the other option is that if we press forward, we might find things that are useful to us and fuck the researchers.
That is always a possibility. Look, we might have been able to use stuff in chest, but it is too hard to hide.
Well, I guess it comes down to a vote, doesn't it?
I suppose.
So,
I vote that we leave and resupply, prepare, and try to get more time. This doesn't seem like some place we should rush into.
We still have time to explore. We can go have a rest and then come back. It is not that difficult. We've still got. How long did it take us to get here? The meeting.
it was about half an hour by shuttle from.
So we still have like 36 hours, sort of thing.
I was going to say, to me, it feels like late afternoon. Like, I think time is. It's taken us longer to do things than we thinking.
It has taken you time to carefully examine this armor. It's taken Lockie and Catalina time to navigate the rocky terrain. It's not been super quick, but it's not really been dragging on. I'd say from when the Don said what he said, and also considering the time before you arrived to get things ready, like hire a shuttle and move cargo, you've probably lost about 6 hours.
Okay, so we still got plenty of time.
Yeah.
I vote we just continue. I don't see the point in returning when there's nothing that we can gain by doing so.
Well, I mean, I would like maybe new vac suit, but I do
Use
agree.
mine.
Vesuvius has lost over half its power. If we find ourselves locked in a room, we have no way out.
Yes, we do.
We have other weapons. It is more.
I have a demo charge that I've been holding.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that would probably kill us too.
Not wanted to put a 4-foot hole in the wall. You can make them directional
Oh, okay.
for the record.
That would be pretty cool.
Considering how much Charles was objecting to us destroying one weapon in the box, how much is he going to object when we fire and sword our way through every tree in this place? Because there are what we have found. You have found a corridor with plants that want to attack you. There is a room full of trees which will likely want to attack us, and there is a
Well,
cave.
hang on. There's
To be
another
fair,
option.
we were doing a vote. We have 1 vote against leaving and 1 vote for leaving.
Yes, so
I suggest we all get our votes over with.
yep. So I will say, Catalina, leave or stay.
I say we leave shortly and come back shortly.
Okay, Pim.
A short time to rest is not bad idea.
Pim, leave or stay.
Mine was to leave and recuperate,
Okay.
as well as try to get more time.
Dr. Charles, leave or stay.
I'd say really just is one section other than down the tree hallway that I can see. So I'd say explore that section before we leave. It's going to be hard to do so because it's rock and crap.
There is one option. I can send my scout drone through the entire thing, and if it blows up, it blows up. It will cost us 2,000 credits to fix, but we can send it through the whole area and scan as much as we can.
This is better idea.
That is much better
A
idea.
compromise.
Okay.
I agree.
You are able to begin doing that. Where are you going to send your drone?
So the trees didn't respond to it earlier, did it?
What? You mean these?
Yeah.
It didn't get close enough to them to respond.
All right. In that case, I won't go that way yet. I'll start doing these tunnels, which I can't see any trees.
Based on based on your drone size, you should be able to navigate through this relatively easily.
Hmm.
Bloop, hang on, a little bit more of the bloop. You see that beyond a certain point, the hallway does continue. And once it breaks through to the other side, you can see an almost blinding amount of light coming from the hallway ahead. It seems like there is a thing. Hang on. How am I going to do this well? Okay. There appears to be a considerably large section of the wall that has been like carved out and has this like transparent material panel built into it, and inside of that, it's just full of this very, very bright material.
Okay.
The same stuff that has been running through all of the walls. Around this hallway, you assume, based on general structural layout, that if you go around there, it meets back up to the tree hallway.
Yep. And if I go north?
If you go up that way, you can see what looks like some kind of research location. What? At least that's what you assume it is. There are several like smaller sub-chambers that are kind of cordoned off and have been and contain samples of plants. This one right here contains more of the razor trees. This one over here contains the like very like flopping around, grab onto you things, and has kind of used that movement to break free of its containment and is growing along the wall towards the source of light. This one in the center contains a plant that you haven't seen before, but if I were going to describe it, it looks like a victory bell, like large.
It's a plant.
Yeah, like
Feed me,
large,
Seymour. Feed
like
me.
large inverted bell-shaped thing that has a non-zero amount of you assume sticky liquid inside of it, kind of poised and holding itself open. So as the very least here, there are live, mostly contained samples of various plant life present.
And
And
if I head to about here, can I see into that room without getting close?
you can see into the room without getting close. It appears to be the razor tree plantation. Also, I should say right here is this smaller tank of glowy stuff has kind of broken its banks from some rocks falling in, and there's a combination of like old battered storage crates and rocks kind of holding back this now open pool of that liquid that's kind of unpleasantly bubbling and pulsing on the surface.
So these are the razor trees that don't move, aren't they?
They you have not seen them move, and the the ends of them have like the really thin plants, the thin branches have enough give to flex as though it was a metal cable.
But these ones in the plantation are the same as the ones near the lake?
Yeah. So that is these are razor trees, these are razor trees, and these are razor trees over here too. Yeah. So
We're at the lake.
the ones in the plantation are the same ones as the ones you walked past it as you came into this section.
Okay.
And since you're in there, I will note that you notice something interesting as you have your drone kind of peek around the corner. First of all, it's this big, and you do notice something register on one of your drone's scanning spectrums. It looks like something that you would associate with unguarded electrical currents.
Okay, so there's a shitload of current in there.
So
just so you're aware, guys.
So something in there is generating a decently large amount of localized electricity.
Can I check the voltage?
Sure. I don't know specific voltages, but it's enough to jump from something to another thing.
And is it high enough to fry a human?
Potentially.
Okay. Yeah, that might be a defibrillator room.
I think it's more like a room full of Vandergraaf trees.
So that
The
is what
decor in that room is shocking.
Pim.
I'm going to take you apart, Pim.
So these are all the places that you can access with your drone, probably without putting the drone in any danger. If you were to send it back down this hallway with those grabby plants, it might be at risk of being snatched out of the air, but you don't know. Also, when last you had your drone in that vicinity, it sounded like the fires from the Molotovs were mostly out.
Quick question, Rory.
Yes?
How high are the hallways?
The hallways are about 4.5 meters out.
So quite tall.
Yeah, quite tall. As you
The mantis.
Yeah, I was just saying, good height for a 3 meter high mantises to walk around in.
as you've examined these hallways and seen the armor, the size of the hallways is beginning to make a lot more sense.
How tall are the grabby trees?
The grabby trees that are over here, they go up about 3.5 meters. So not to the ceiling, but close.
So the drone would fly above them.
I would only be willing to do that if I put racing gravimetrics on this.
It can only really hover at a meter.
No, it'll be able to go at that height, but it won't move fast enough to be able to get out of it. But if you put racing gravimetrics on it, it can move at 200 Ks. So
Okay.
it won't have an issue getting past something grabbing it at it.
I mean, Dimitri does make a pretty decent point that you could try and fly your drone above them. You don't know if they can grab up as well as sideways, but that's a risk you might need to take.
You guys willing to chip in if I destroy another drone? This one's not too expensive. It's only the observation suite that's...
I will pay for your drone. It is my
I
suggestion
will
that
chip
it
in
fly
as
high.
well.
All right,
As
I'll
long
do
as you
that
help
then and
us
try and
install
send
some
it
of that
through.
observation suite information and technology into the armatures.
Oh, yeah, no, that's easy. The stuff's cheap. I can get it to you easy enough. If you buy it for me, I'll integrate it. Fine.
As
Thank
you buzz through, it seems that there's a decent amount of smoke gathering up in the area, and at the very least, if there is some kind of ventilation system in this place, it has not been or isn't super active or designed to accommodate fire, which is maybe an oversight on their part. But these plants that you buzz by are reacting pretty negatively to the smoke and are kind of curling up tight to try to not be affected by it. So you are perfectly capable of flying your drone over them and making it to the other side. Once you get there, you spot more of a hallway.
Hey, hallway.
And it seems there is a large door right here, as well as more of a hallway that continues off in this direction. Curved around the corner a little bit.
I don't think I can open the door on with the drone, so I'm going to continue south.
Yep.
Actually, I'll check it quickly. Does it look like there's any way to open it?
It looks very similar to the first door you encountered on your way.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's all right. It looks like the door that you like the first door you encountered on the way in that led into the like prayer chamber or the ritual room, you could call it.
Yeah. So the one that was telekinetically locked.
Yep.
So they'll almost certainly want to see that.
So
and
if you go over there, you see a door of similar manufacture set into this wall as well.
Yep.
And that's all you can access. Though I will say, has this drone got the observation suite on it?
Yes.
At this door, there is you do perceive more radiation beyond the door. More gas.
So there's another 2 doors past the trees. The northern side of this facility looks like just research banks on this tree, but there's 2 doors to the south.
Understood.
And Darius, if you were sharing your vision with them, then I feel like Dimitri, as a paganistic plant guy, would note that these plants are reacting negatively to the smoke and not willing to really do anything.
I don't know if these are very nice plants at all.
Sorry?
I said, I do not think that they are like normal plants at all. I mean, sure, they react to fire like normal plants, but the whole metal thing makes it very odd.
I'm pretty sure we could just light a rag on the end of the stick and walk through them and be fine.
Oh, that is a good idea.
At the moment, the corridor is full of smoke and they've curled up. So if we were to rush now, we
Now
might
it's
be able to get
probably
through the
best
entire
time to
corridor
get
before
through.
they.
Potentially, yeah.
Also,
I hate to agree. But I will agree.
Okay. If
the sandpit's safe to cross?
If there is a consensus among you, that now's a good time to do this. Can I just have the entire party make strength, make athletics rolls with strength, just to see how quickly.
Wait, hang on. I thought, are we continuing or not? I thought I was just checking it out with the drone, and then we were going to decide.
Well, we
Okay,
did.
well, yeah.
We've decided. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like to proceed.
I voted that we go to the doors now rather than wait.
Everyone
okay.
else did, I think, as well. Unless anyone objects. Okay.
Okay. So this.
There we go. I roll another one.
That's 2 ones. Oofa doof. So
I still. Oh my god!
you actually rolled a 0 there, Catalina, because you didn't account for the -2 from your back suit.
Yep.
I trip and fall on my face.
A lot.
It is fine. It is sad. We just drag her across it.
It takes time. But we'll make it. It just takes a while.
Are we going across the sand or are we going around the corridors?
Ash,
Corridors.
you've passed your curse on to me. Take it back. I don't want it.
Okay.
I don't think it's just us tonight. It's freaking everyone. Like, holy crap!
Seeing,
Take your curse
I was
back.
fine.
seeing these rolls, I'd say it takes you guys about 2 hours to struggle through all the rocks and get inside. It's pretty agonizing. Fortunately, the effects that the smoke imparted upon the plants doesn't seem to have gone away, and you are able to, all of you, make it through to this point here. Oops, I brought a thing with me.
Brought a piece of wall just in case.
Bit of wall is coming with
Go back
us.
from whence you came, wall. Go away. There we go.
All right, so the top door is radioactive, so I assume that's got more weapons, and the bottom door seems clean at the moment.
Maybe do safe one first.
Neither of them are safe. It's just radioactive or not radioactive.
I wonder if they have a computer that I can interface with.
Do you know alien code by any chance?
I have come across certain alien codes in my previous time, but no, I do not know much.
Okay.
Some of our technology in pre-tech ages were based on alien tech.
So, Dr. Charles, it seems as though you are approaching this door.
I am going to approach it, but then I'm going to be like, Oki, can I please get some cover just in case there's something behind the door?
Yes, that's
You
what I'm
never
saying
asked.
here as well.
Okay.
Shield up.
And now that I've done the boxes
Yep.
and seen the woman open the other door, I think I have a pretty good handle on it. So I'm going to reach out with my telekinesis and feel around for where the lock is.
As you reach out and make your effort and feel around, you begin to notice the reason this other woman placed both of her hands on the door. It seems as though this might require either you putting a lot of oomph into it, or if you had enough of a progression along telekinesis to be able to use both your hands. So can you please make me a telekinesis roll with wisdom to see if you can like push your one hand's worth into being 2 for long enough to get this door open.
Telekinesis roll. How do I do that?
Just roll me roll
2d6.
plus your points in telekinesis, which is 0, plus your wisdom, which is 1. So just roll 2d6 plus 1.
2d6 plus 1.
Yeah.
I'm blessing your dice. Here we go.
7. Couldn't put the plus 1.
Yep.
Apparently.
You are like it takes you a few moments, and by the end of it, you are kind of physically shuddering and straining against the force that you have to put in. But after that time, you kind of break away, catch your breath, and this door slides open in front of you. And you are crestfallen to see that this door leads into another chamber which contains a door.
You're going to have to give me a minute. I need to take a breather.
Is that stairs? Is that stairs up or down?
Is this an airlock?
Looks it. Or
Oh,
a
it does
disease
look like
lock.
Maybe.
Maybe it is like rollers on floor. It is hard to tell.
As you give it a cursory once of it, it does look like there might be vents built into this thing that would make it seem like an airlock.
See, Lockie ain't so dumb after all.
Airlocky.
But you are all already wearing vac suits, so you should be okay.
What?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Me too, Pim.
Do you
me
have
too.
feelings?
It's figure of speech, no?
Indeed.
Not always.
Sure.
Okay, so after a few minutes of composing yourself, Dr. Charles, you feel like you are up to trying this again.
I will move to the next door, and I'm going to be like, okay.
You can do it,
Rocky, do you
Dad.
mind? And then press my hands against the door and force it again.
Okay. Please make me another
Want
roll.
to make another roll, or
Yep. This is still challenging for you.
7 plus 1.
Okay. It feels a bit easy this time. You're kind of feeling yourself going, yeah, I get this now. And while it's still physically challenging, you are able to apply the pressure again. You feel the latch shift in the door, but before it opens, the vents in this room that you assume would function as part of an airlock open, and this like fine particleized mist sprays out into the room and kind of falls on both of you.
I instantly pull out my bioscanner and start scanning what the fuck just fell on me.
Okay.
So, chemical check it too.
Sure thing.
Yes, please.
Catalina's just sitting at the entrance of the original door.
You both give it a once over with your chemical scanner and your bioscanner, and this looks to be a very concentrated, powderized version of pheromones.
Oh no,
Oh,
his,
dear.
his mating chamber
That's
ahead.
not good. That is
You-
definitely not good.
Wait, no, it's probably to pass the trees.
What?
Trees respond to pheromones and hormones too. I reckon this is how they got past them safely. If they were doing research on them, they would have had to have had some sort of system of being safe to them.
I don't know. This is way above my pay grade.
You just have all this weird like this fine powderized pinky purpley coating on
Does
your
it look like
night armor.
pheromones or pollen?
Kind of both.
I'd like to say you two both look dashing.
As your suits are just like covered in like this pink powder.
Very pretty in pink, no?
I will send you this photo, Catalina. Please don't miss it.
Duh.
I'm just going to message that photo to everyone.
And as this powder settles into the room, the door before you snaps open as well. And what you see is somewhat
Another door.
unusual.
Oh.
I'm gonna drag out this first.
One of these mantis things is still here. I'm going to be so annoyed.
No, yeah, we're interrupting Smexy time.
Let's go for that.
Catalina's gonna follow behind them with like the gun at the ready, just in case there's something that needs shooting at. By the way.
Sure thing. Okay. This is weird, but I had a very unusual idea, and this was the best way I could physically represent it. So, the door before you snaps open. You did ascend down a flight of stairs to get to the second door, and as you kind of poke your head out and look up to the north, you see that there is another flight of stairs that leads up to a raised platform that hugs the north of this room. There is a large door sunk into the wall up here, along with a door of equivalent size positioned over here. In this section of the wall, there is a panel that has 10 levers lined up next to it. And yes, of course, there's also a door here. I did kind of bury the lead a bit because before you can see this massive, unusual-looking thingammy-what's-its operating in front of you. So down in this green section, if you kind of look down, it's just a drop. It just goes and goes and goes, and you cannot see the bottom. What is suspended between these two raised gangplanks is this weird, like elongated 10-sided shape that itself appears to be cut into 10 equal segments. Each of these segments are kind of like slowly turning and oscillating amongst themselves, and each of them have weird symbols on them, and from those symbols there is like vents of very hot gas bursting forth and kind of cascading down this large crevice and just disappearing from view.
10 levers, 10 cogs. I believe the levers have something to do with each individual.
I'm starting to think this is less a military base and more like a bank.
Interesting.
You've completely lost me.
Well, if you're going to put a bunch of vicious killing plants at the start, hide the entrance with a massive pool of water, cover your tracks here with this relatively intricate locking system to get over this bridge, you got to be hiding something.
You know, you may be onto something. Maybe it's like a secret underground religion something. There's like meditation room out front, no? Maybe this is like secret...
I don't see religion as part of it, but more just...
No. But like, you know, like research...
What did you say before? Like military research underground layer thing? I don't know.
If we find a holy grail, I'm melting it down for parts.
Not.
As I have presented this mysterious-looking thing to you, I think we can call it there for this evening. It's almost 10:08, and I think I have you guys somewhat bamboozled by this thing.
Yeah, just a bit bamboozled.
Might be, yeah.
You've made some pretty solid progress, though. If you zoom out and see the areas that have been revealed, there's a lot that you guys have seen so far.
Yeah.
So a lot we haven't seen.
Still a lot left.
There's a lot that Darius has seen through the eyes of Rune and told us about.
Mm-hmm.
Like full of lava stuff.
Well, it didn't seem hot. Well, it's warm, but it's not hot, like scalding hot.
As you said, it kind of just floats on top of the sand. But
yeah, it's more interested in being
with itself,
chemically bonded to itself than kind of like interspersing itself amongst the sand. Yes, this is what you see: a mysterious room that you think you've seen 2 doors to now, that is in this approximate space that probably has something radioactive behind it. This weird dectagonal prism thing that's twisting and churning and venting all this hot gas out of it across a large open chasm, and all these weird levers, and maybe a thing behind this door as well. Who knows? But you know who will know? You guys next week. We're place them all.
Thank
you very much.
Thanks, Rory. Well, okay. On that note, does anyone have anyone they want us to raid?
Can everyone scream at once?
I don't know enough people on Twitch. Let me press the...
GameStormers are still going if we can't find them.
I have a few channels, and none of them except GameStormers are online.
That sounds like a pretty fair option. We have
Otherwise, we can look.
I don't. Even the famous streamers that I watch aren't streaming right now, so I'm out of ideas.
I am currently
We can look for a small one.
We should raid whoever we can.
Trolls know someone, but they don't raid. They don't start for like 5 hours.
Yeah, that's
Fortunately, no.
look, ambitious, but I'm not really sure we can achieve that.
Yes, trolls. Rory's very good at the cliffhanger.
I try my best.
Every episode.
It's his secret ability.
I've been trying.
No viewers at all.
You will see.
I gotta say, from the perspective of Pim, this is getting really hard.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Wisdom saves is live at the moment.
Nearly dying, I should say.
D20.
Wisdom saves.
Saves is live at the moment.
They're streaming Dungeons and Dragons, so we can jump over to them.
Perfect. That's great. Oh wow, that pink powder.
All right, we all happy to do raid now?
Absolutely. We will see you guys next week. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for joining us. It was great.
Indeed. Very well, everybody. I'm just gonna. I know it takes a while for the thing to do the thing, but yeah. Wow.
But also
Yeah.
enjoy my graphics while you wait.
Yes.